Good evening. Welcome to the Ashland Planning Board meeting of Thursday, December 14th, 2017. It is now 7:15 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room at Town Hall. We are being recorded and broadcast on WACA, and we thank them for doing that. If anybody else is intending to record the meeting, please let me know. According to the open meeting law, I'm supposed to announce that to the room if anybody is recording, but I would have no objection to someone doing so if they chose to. On our agenda tonight, we have a number of items. We have an appointment to one of the vacancies on the Design Review Committee. I believe we have one more vacancy, so if anybody, particularly if you've got any sort of architectural background, landscaping background, that kind of thing, to evaluate particularly the aesthetics and design of buildings, especially in downtown and Pond Street, that would be very helpful. We would like to get another member of the community on that committee. We also have a hearing on 10 Wishakem. This was a before the ZBA, which they rejected. The applicant has modified their plan, wants to reapply, but under the rules, the planning board has, before they can go back to the ZBA, the planning board has to determine that it is a significantly different application. So we'll get into the legality of that. This is the first time I've ever heard of this happening in this town, so this will be new for all of us. We also have 0 Tri-Street. That's the proposed cluster subdivision that we've been talking about a bit. We have a site plan review for 231 Pond Street. It's a relatively small project, so hopefully that will be not too painful. We have 128 Main Street is back again tonight. And in addition, we're going to be talking about some potential zoning changes, along with some administrative items happening tonight. So I believe the first item of business is the Design Review Committee appointment.
Yep, and you all should have the talent form in your packets.
It's in behind tab 2.
Yep.
And Aaron Ladd has applied, and so I would appreciate it. I understand he's here. If he could come to the podium and introduce himself, that would be really nice.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Softball introduction, or do you have a question? Or
If you could just tell us a little bit about your background and why Design Review Committee is a good fit for you.
Sure.
We've seen the paper, but it's nice to meet the person.
Yeah, I'm an educated planner. I currently work for Babson College in Wellesley, submitting proposals to Design Review Board, so it's kind of nice to be on the other side of the table. I'm actually working on one this morning, so kind of interesting to see how the other side of the table thinks. So I'm treating it as an educational experience for myself. For the college, we submit new dormitories, we're doing a new library renovation, so have done that process on the other side, and want to take it from a planning perspective and how that impacts the downtown design, as well as 126, and what impacts that has on Ashland as it grows or changes, or what the small details have from a building design on the community impact.
Any comments from the questions from the board? I understand you're also on the this Community Preservation Act Committee. Is that
That's
correct?
As people have said, I'm jumping in with 2 feet. I'm new to Ashland, and I figure I might as well get wet before I start running. I applied to them at the same time, and both committees reached out and expressed their interest in having me, so I figured I'd do 2 at the same time.
Thank you.
I think your role at Babson, and the work you're doing there. I definitely, I think it's a great connection, given the design review committee's, mandate, so, yeah, it'll be good.
Do you know when the term expires that we'd be appointing him to?
There's 2 terms. So,
Yeah.
there's one that expires June 30th, 2019, or June 30th, 2020.
Do you have a
So-
preference? I would just as soon do the longer one, and it's longer before we have to come back here and do another.
Sure.
Okay.
So the June 30th, 2020 position to apply for.
If there's no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion to appoint Aaron Ladd to the Design Review Committee for the term expiring June 30th, 2020.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Before serving,
I need to go to
Uh,
town clerk and
you-
sign things, because I'm gonna do
you
a
have to go to the
2-for-1
town
special.
clerk and
yeah.
swear in,
Yes.
so.
Can I do 2 at the same time, by the way?
Yeah.
Well, you have to swear in twice, even though it's the
Okay.
same
Both
oath.
hands at the same time? It's like my hands up? Good.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Great, thanks, Aaron.
So, could you send a memo to the town
Yeah,
clerk so
let
that
her
she
know.
knows that
Yeah.
it's official? Okay.
Yes, will do.
All right, the next item on the agenda is 10 Washacum. And so if the applicant would present to us and let us know what you're asking, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
Oh,
For the record.
pardon me, it's a public hearing, so I should read the announcement so that we don't have any legal issues. At least that's a protocol we always follow. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 16, Walder DaCosta is seeking confirmation from the Ashland Planning Board that a new proposal for 10 Washacum Avenue contains, quote, specific and material changes, end quote, that differ from the original special permit application, SP 1-18, which was denied by the Ashland Zoning Board of Appeals and then was stamped by the town clerk on October 11th, 2017. The public hearing will be held at 7:15 PM on December 14th, 2017 in the Board of Selectmen's room located in Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Massachusetts. All right, so the public hearing is now called to order. Now go ahead. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Terry Morris. I'm an attorney with offices at 57 Elm Road in Newton, and I am here representing Mr. Walder DaCosta, who is here with me this evening. As you so correctly pointed out, we are here for determination by the planning board that the proposal that we have come forward with is substantially different from, or changed from the one that was denied by the zoning board in September. I would point out, I assume that you have copies of the building, the site plan, as well as the building plans.
Got a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
new stuff is
Stuff is
in the big
folder.
folder.
Okay.
That petition actually was for, in one respect, it is a petition basically to extend a non-conforming single-family home. The proposal that we had before was just shy of 2,000 square foot of living space. And the relief there that was requested was relief from the frontage and the lot size lot area requirements, which for the commercial highway district are 30,000 square feet lot area and 150 feet of frontage, none of which standards are met by any of the properties in that district. So we were focused on really so was the zoning board, the size of the home that we had proposed, which, as I said, was just a little less than 2,000 square feet of living area. We also had our setback, our front setback which was 21 feet for the existing building. We maintained that, so we didn't comply with the front setback of 30 feet at that time. We have revised the proposal significantly, I believe, starting with the site plans, which will show you that we reduced the frontage, or we increased the frontage by reducing the footprint of the building to 30 feet, which is now compliant with the zoning bylaw. In reducing the footprint of the building, we've commensurately increased the open space and decreased the lot coverage, which we think is significant. But perhaps the most significant feature is actually the design of the home itself. The home itself was initially, in addition to the 1,980 square feet, was 2.5 stories in height. What we have proposed, and one of the things that came out was in the zoning board hearing, was that the characteristics of the houses in the neighborhood, and Washaken particularly, many of which were bungalow-style, 1.5-story houses. So we intentionally basically reduced the height of the building by 5 feet. We took half the story off the building and put the second floor in the roof line. And the living area of the house was reduced by more than 20%, down to 1,537 square feet. All of these changes, Mr. Chairman and members, we believe represent a significant change, and we would hope that you would allow us to go back before the zoning board to make our case.
All right, thank you. Are any initial comments or questions from the board? Any comments from staff at this point?
No, I don't think so. I think it is substantially different because of the changes that he described, but no comments.
One question that I would have is, having not sat through the ZBA process myself, but having sat through many planning board processes, the normal way, if this were a planning board process, not a ZBA process, instead of doing a denial, we would indicate that, well, we're not happy with this design, and then you would submit a modified design and change the plan in the initial process, as opposed to waiting for a denial and then coming back with a new application. Can you explain why that was not the process here?
There was significant we had 2 meetings. There was a significant discussion at the second meeting about reduction of the size of the building at that time. We had 2 recesses. I think the chair is here. We had 2 recesses in which we basically went outside and talked about potential reductions. And I think at one point in time, the board chose to deny it, and allowing us to come back, with a proposal rather than try to negotiate this under the rubric of the original proposal.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Are there comments from the public on this?
Hello, Janet Platt, 11 Rodman Road. I don't remember at one of the hearings for this, the ZBA had suggested that lots this size in our neighborhood have really substantially smaller homes built on them. And they made a comment, something to the effect of, well, 1,200 might be like something, it would be bigger than average for the lot size, but maybe more in the scale of the neighborhood. And so the conversation went back and forth, and they weren't able, in that kind of environment, to reach an agreement. I think this whole process is to prevent us from having to come back within a certain amount of time to say, okay, is this close enough? Okay, now is this close enough? Is this close enough? And just like inch forward to this mythical right figure. But the house that's being offered now is different than the house that was offered before. And so it's up to you to decide if it's substantially closer to the scale of what we're going for. Like, you have to decide if it's really different. What was offered before was a home that was really huge for the tiny lot that was proposed to build it on. Is this one not really huge for the tiny lot that it's supposed to be built on? Because if it still is, I don't think it's substantially different. Thanks.
Good evening, Mark Sony. I'm up here to ask, with this down, it's distracting. Before town meeting, you had a couple meetings about zoning bylaws and codes, which got tabled. This is a good example of why it was a good thing it got tabled, because back and forth with the zoning, and then they're coming back here for a change. It's good that there was talk and discussions with the zoning board, and they come back a couple of times, and then now back here with a basic plan change. Is that the best way of saying it? That's how I'm gonna put it, it's a plan change. It's a little smaller, but still, it was originally, the original lot size was established with the original tri-size, with the bigger to the site of the street. And it still has to be designed with the neighborhood. It's worth seeing it, but it just hasn't confined to the zoning or to the, now planning with the smaller, it's at 2.5, 1.5, with roofs, with the roof size and then the second floor. I'm gonna ask the question. It's modified, but it's modified smaller. What would the steps be from the board once, if it's gonna be passed or continued? Is the modified smaller gonna be different than if it was modified to be extended? That's my question.
I think what we're doing here, we're not actually gonna approve this plan. We're just saying, is this plan significantly different that they are allowed to resubmit to the ZBA? That's really the only question before us tonight.
So by resubmitting back to the ZBA, they gotta put conditions on there.
Well, the ZBA goes through the same process they went through before.
And before, it was just before town meeting.
And none of this has anything to do with town meeting at
Well,
this
it's
point.
just, but the zoning code that was in the warrant that got withdrawn.
I don't remember if that would have made a difference to the zoning here or not, but
No, but I'm
But
just
that's-
saying, I'm just
that's
putting
moot at this
forth,
point, but yes.
I'm just putting forth the idea of this plan, how this lot is being changed and, coming back, and then then it's gonna be boomerang back to ZBA.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I should do this, but I am gonna ask through the chairman. The developer, the attorney said that the chairman of the ZBA is in the audience. Could I have him through you come up, explain why it's here?
If the chairman of the ZBA has an opinion either of his own or on behalf of his board, he is more than welcome to come up and, to the podium and express that. If he doesn't, choose to do so, that is his choice, and I'm
And
gonna
I
leave
just
it at that.
I just turned my head, I did see him here, and
So, I am not gonna request it, but, he's certainly welcome to make that choice.
then as a citizen and a person that is interested about reasons behind everything, and hearing both sides of every story, the cover story, contents, ZBA chairman, are you willing to come up?
Yeah, Mark, keep your, I think you've made your point on that. So,
Okay.
if he
Then
wants to
I'm-
speak, he
okay,
can.
then I'm gonna-
If he
I'll
feels
be,
it's better to just sit back and watch, I
I
can
will
understand that.
complete myself here and then sit. What's the steps gonna happen? It's gonna be not voted on, it's gonna be continued apparently, right?
We may well vote on this tonight as to whether it's significantly different.
And is it, you already had your discussions, you went around the board, you asked if the board had any sort of questions.
Yeah, we'll come back to the board after the public comment and talk about it some more.
And if they didn't have any questions at first and you come back to the boards, are you expecting questions?
We'll
That's
see.
it.
Hi, Kathy Rooney, 136 Fountain Street. So as a member of the public, hearing about this new presentation for the first time, I'm sitting here in the room wondering why we aren't using our taxpayer-funded monitor and screen and actually projecting the drawings so that the public can make some informed decisions and ask some informed questions about the difference in the sizes of the two projects. Because we can't see anything at all, and we should just be requiring this for all these projects. We should be using this stuff that's here. That's
That's a
why
good
it's
idea.
here. Because then we can all, and I'm continually frustrated that we're not using it, so it'd be
Thank
awesome.
you for raising that issue. We will make more of an effort in the future to do so.
Thank you.
That's a very good idea. Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Morgan, 136 Concord. I attended the ZBA hearings on this property and had comments on those hearings. As I understand the zoning and the process here, the reason there's a moratorium on resubmission of applications is so that additional resources and churn and people's time isn't taken up so closely together, that there's a cooling off period. And so here the applicant is back. There have been multiple meetings on this project. The applicant had every opportunity to change the project, as I think the chair has observed throughout the process, and frankly, they chose not to. They chose to take the risk that the thing would be approved or not, and guess what? It wasn't. So now they have consequences where they need to follow the rules. And so I'm a little uncomfortable that I reviewed the material online. I don't see any citation, legal citation, that suggests that this meets muster as a significant change. There's much case law that I can easily find, I'm sure that the board or its counsel could find, talking about significant change, whether it's defined in the context of child support, property, or otherwise. Generally, my reading of the items that I've picked up online suggests that increases are considered significant and decreases are not. So if you have a building, you're building a house, and you make it a little smaller, not considered a significant change. You increase it by 25%, that considered a significant change. There's several direct planning board type decisions on that online. I can certainly send an email to the board after this meeting. I'd like to know what the controlling case law is by which council came back in tonight, because although you could take the position that a 20% change is significant, the real issue is whether the use of the lot has changed significantly. You know, are they now building a business there instead of a house? Are they building a conforming house versus a non-conforming house? My understanding is they're still seeking relief from the zoning board because they're still intending to build a non-conforming house. So in regards to the application, I would suggest the application has not changed significantly because it's merely been reduced. That isn't considered significant in the case law, and that the use of the lot has not changed. They're still trying to build an oversized house on a substandard lot, and they're asking for relief. And so that analysis would suggest that they should go back and either find a new use for the lot and submit a new application with a new use for the lot, or they should wait the time and come back with a new plan, because they had every opportunity to bring that plan previously, and they chose not to. They took a risk. You know, this is another legal point that comes up often in cases. You know, people say my counsel wasn't effective, and the answer is sometimes counsel makes a calculated decision not to take a certain path. And in this project, this counsel chose not to reduce the project during the process. Instead, they went to a verdict. The verdict was you're denied, and they should be held to the consequences unless they come back with something that is truly substantially different. And that's my view, and I'm stating that not because I'm in a butter, but just because I think we should follow the correct process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joel Arbeitman, Woodridge Lane. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not going to get into the legal interpretation of what significant is or material is. I mean, I think that's, you know, it's a subjective thing. Certainly 25% or whatever the change percentage is seems somewhat significant to me. However, I'm not sure that's the only standard here. I attended that ZBA hearing when the ZBA turned down the applicant's petition. And my first comment here is that I would really encourage this board, before rendering a decision, to go and view that hearing, to understand what the dynamic was. I think it's very important. this is from my recollection, I hope I'm not misstating this, and you know, perhaps, again, if we had others with better recollection, that might be useful. I believe that I don't know how to phrase it, a straw man was thrown up by the applicant. Would you maybe give this some consideration if we reduce the size of the building to, let's say, 1,600 square feet? And I want to tell you what the reaction that I perceive, this is my perception. The board was unbelievably negative about the building size. I can't remember the exact number, but I think somebody, one of the committee, there were 3 people sitting on that board that night. And I think one of them commented on a building probably like in the 900 to 1,000 square foot area. And I think somebody else maybe mentioned 1,200 square feet. They were very, very negative about this size at that parcel. So, you know, it's an awkward thing here. You talk about relativism, and maybe that's what the law is. Again, I don't have a background here. But if somebody had come in, let's take a silly example with a 50,000 square foot building, something that's going to get rejected. Can they come back with a 40,000 and then a 30,000 and then a 20,000? I mean, that's not the case here. It's a hypothetical. But, you know, is starting high and chipping your way down, is that a process we accept as sound? Or, you know, do we need to take into account the back and forth of the discussion at the ZBA to understand how the board was perceiving this application? Anyway, that's about it. I think it would be very helpful for you to view the understandings of the board, because we talk frequently about streamlining our processes and reworking our zoning code and our internal procedures and stuff to make things easier for applicants to come in and do a project. And this one, to me, it just seems like we're going back pretty quickly to the ZBA if you were to approve this petition. And from the sense that I had of the ZBA members, I see no way at the currently suggested size. They already commented on 1,600 square feet. This is minimally less. I appreciate that there may be other changes. That's fine. But I think if you watched it, you would have a sense that this isn't going to fly. And so maybe further discussion and negotiation might be warranted before you just go ahead and approve something like this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kate Jerzyk, 11 Rodman Road. I just have a question and it's, I guess, kind of wrapping up what a lot of people said. In your packet, did you get the actual decision of the special permit from the ZBA? And then, okay, so that, I mean, that does sort of wrap up like I guess in one sense, what's considered substantial and material has already been discussed, and that was the applicant suggested reducing to 1,683 square feet. The board requested 1,200 square feet, to which the applicant countered 1,400 square feet. The board also requested a reduction in height to 1.5 stories. All parties could not agree. That, I think in writing, is a statement of what would be a substantial change. And I'd just like you to consider that in your decision.
All right. If you like.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to correct the record a bit. It's true this is a 4,500 square foot lot. It's in a neighborhood that was created by a subdivision plan, 1909 subdivision, where all of the lots were 4,500 to 5,000. Some of them have emerged over time, but many of them still substandard. Remember, the underlying standard here is 30,000 square foot lot. I mean, there's a disconnect here between the existing zoning and what's there on the ground. The 150-foot frontage requirement is another disconnect. That's what we're seeking relief for. That we comply with many of the dimensional standards. We comply with all the setbacks all around. We comply with the open space setback. We comply with lot coverage. As far as floor area ratio, which is something that governs the volume of a building, in your zoning bylaw, you have 4,500 square foot limit. 4,500 square foot limit. We're talking about 1,500 square feet here. In the average size of was established in the record at the zoning board that the average size of the houses in this general neighborhood were 1,337 square feet. So at 1,537. One of the issues too here, which people tried to sidestep was, and many people thought, well, it wasn't appropriate. My client here is not a developer. My client has basically bought this house so he could build a house for his family. He's a wife and two children who now rent in Natick, and they wanted to live in Ashland. Some people dismissed that as saying that was not relevant. Other people that we've spoken to after the hearing said, they wanted Ashland to be an inviting place. And so he's back again, trying to basically address the spirit of the controls that the zoning board set out. It wasn't just the size of the house in terms of square footage, living space. It was the massing of the building. And the massing of the building is well below any standard. And the height of the building, we reduced by 5 feet. And we essentially put the second floor in the roof line. So we did comply with that 1.5-story requirement. And we tried to basically come up with a building that would be functional for this family, for my client. That's really what it's down to. And basically, something at 1,200 square feet wasn't going to make it. And so we're hopeful to make that case before the board. I left with the impression that the board, when they voted, basically had the impression that had the understanding that we could come back. And it wasn't necessarily a 2-year period. That really doesn't work. The property's sitting there. It should also be pointed out what's on the site now. You have on the site now, you have a mobile home that was installed there in 1940. And in sometime in 1975, somebody attached a 336 wood frame addition to it. That's what's sitting there now. That's considered a single-family dwelling under your zoning bylaw. We're not changing the use. Someone suggested we're changing the use of the property. We're not. Under zoning, it's a still single-family use. Under it's still a single-family use. We're just trying to basically make a good use of this property so that it's able to be contributing to the town of Ashland, both financially in terms of taxes, but also aesthetically from what exists there now. I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And for reference, when you commented on the whole neighborhood being substandard with our current zoning, we had some discussions at the planning board that were raised in part because of this application, of doing a survey of neighborhoods and finding neighborhoods like this that are consistently substandard, and looking at the possibility of having what I called a small homes zone, where you could have smaller lots, but you'd have to build smaller homes, and it would try and get some survey of what's appropriate for that neighborhood and create zoning such that these would no longer be non-conforming lots, and that the rules would be much more straightforward. So that's something the planning board is still talking about, just so that you know that there are other discussions going on about how to handle these in the future.
I appreciate you sharing that information, Mr. Chairman, as someone who's been practicing in this area of the law for 40 years. And I sat as chairman of the special permit granting authority in my own hometown. So I've been on the other side of the table. I'm sensitive to the concerns that you're taking into consideration. And I appreciate you sharing that information with me.
Right, I would like to see these lots become conforming with new zoning, as opposed to having to do special permits for every house that's built in the neighborhood, because that's just not the right way to do it,
Thank you.
so.
Can you stay for a moment?
Sure.
Sorry.
No, go right ahead.
So, I think there was a lot of compelling points on both sides of this discussion, and for me, I'm really struggling with this, but I guess, during the first hearing with the ZBA, there was, sounds like, from reading the minutes, there was some back and forth negotiations about the house size. And I acknowledge in this new plan, many of the deficiencies have been addressed. But it sounds like there was like a back and forth in terms of the square feet on the house, and 1,400 was kind of your final negotiation, and in the end, that was denied. So I guess my only question is if this goes back to the ZBA with this new plan, what's your belief that at 1583 that they're going to approve this? It's not 1,200, right?
No, I understand. But if you look at the decision was based on the original proposal of 1983. That's what they denied. And there was some discussion about, but you can't simply look at the living space in the dwelling without looking at the other parameters that govern a single-family house. The setback, reducing the setback by 9 feet was significant. Reducing the footprint of the building is significant. The size of the building by 22%. Somebody said, well, it's 25%, where's the threshold? By any standard, 20% reduction in anything is significant. Look at the,
really is
yeah.
no
look at the
threshold.
the Republicans are lowering the corporate tax rate by 15.
I mean, looking at the numbers, I just did some math. I mean, the previous usage of the lot with the house was 1,983 square feet. That used 44% of the 4,500 square feet of the lot. This current proposal uses 34% of the property, which is a 10% reduction in the usage of the property. The stories are from 2.5 stories to 1.5 stories. It's a reduction of a full story in height. The house is 446 square feet smaller, which is a 23% reduction in the size of the home. So I'm not an attorney, and the terms that were, specific and material changes in the conditions upon which the previous unfavorable action was based. It doesn't say significant, it says specific and material changes. So have there been specific and material changes in the conditions upon which the previous action was based? So, I mean,
As my understanding is that while there's case law on other statutes that use this use terminologies like significant, specific or material, that there's not much in the way of case law for this particular statute.
That is correct.
And,
Council.
which in a sense potentially gives us more latitude. As I see it, there are two ways we can look at this. We can look at this from a very technical standpoint and say the numbers are much closer to what the zoning allows, and therefore that's specific and material. Looking at just the technical standpoint, or we can look at it at a broader standpoint and say they had originally proposed to build a house that's really just too big for that space, and they came out with another house. It's still too big for that space. Yeah, the numbers are different, but it's still a house that's too big for the space. And I'm not saying that it necessarily is, but that would be a way we could look at it and say, sorry, it's not, doesn't meet the threshold. That, they're still trying to build something that's too big for the space, just like they were before. The use is the same. I can certainly see that argument if that's the way we wanted to go. I'm not really feeling very strongly that's how I want to go at this point, but that's, I think would be within our bounds on that. I also want to point out that I believe we need all 4 votes for this.
Correct, yes.
That
It's a
it would have
4
been
out of
4
5.
out of 5, but with 1 member absent, I believe this requires, will require all of us to agree on this.
can you give me your logic one more time, Preston, on
Well,
how you laid that out?
we could look at it from a very technical standpoint where the numbers changed.
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers definitely moved closer to what's allowed for zoning. So if we're looking very closely from a technical numbers type standpoint, it meets one of the setback requirements that the old plan didn't, things like that, then by all means, the answer is yes, they get to go back to the ZBA. If we look at it more from a holistic planning perspective of, they had proposed a house that was way too big for the space that they wanted to put it in, and came back with another house that potentially we could say the same of, then we could say, no, it's not, it doesn't meet the threshold, they don't get to go back. So if we're looking more from a general planning standpoint, I think it's harder for them to argue that they've met that criteria. And that's where, and if that's the way we want to go, I would hope there are people from that neighborhood here who could comment more on whether they feel this reduction brings it in line with their neighborhood or not. I mean, that would actually then become relevant if that's the direction we want to go.
Has this been made available to the public? I mean, have these,
Yep, they're online.
they're on,
Yep.
co-organized?
Not
Another way
co-organized
to
on
look at
our
it, another way to
town
look at it
website.
is, if you took the first plan, sitting on the lot, and you took the second house right next to it, it's 9 feet shorter and a story less, would you say that's significant? I mean, if I was standing there and there was a house that was next to it that was a story taller and 9 feet deeper, is that significant? Just basically the size of the house, you know what I mean, just the.
That's fair.
So I don't really like that the process allows for them to come back this quickly, but the process allows for them to come back this quickly. And those are significant changes. So, in my opinion, I think it goes back to the ZBA.
I agree.
I mean, I don't necessarily like it, but in the interest of fairness, that seems fair to me. If we don't like that, then we should clean up the bylaws.
And the ZBA is gonna tell them if they can, right? They're gonna decide. It's still
Well,
not
yes.
That's
for
what
sure,
we're here
they're
to
gonna go
decide. We're
back
here to
and they're gonna
decide whether it's
and then they're
it's
gonna
a
say it's
significant
still,
change.
so it's almost like if we deny it, we're making their decision for them almost.
True. I'm just trying to frame it so that we can think at it from all sides before we make, I'm not advocating for one or the other. I'm just want to make sure we've thought through all the options and the different ways of looking at this, so we don't regret it later.
It's definitely something we need to look at cleaning up the bylaws on, though.
Yeah,
Certainly.
I really want this, what I'm calling the small homes zoning to go in so
Well,
that
Just,
these lots are now conforming.
I was a contractor, and if I had this two plans, if I had the new one, and then you gave them a price, and they wanted to build the old one, which is that'd be a significant change for me. That's a, you know what I mean? That much difference.
And
to
there's
me
no,
would
there's
be
no clearly defined
Yeah.
parameters for what's a significant change or not, so, I mean,
Well, it's up to us to decide.
And
to
then
me,
again-
it's
then
a
again,
significant change.
Also, and then it goes back to the ZBA, so they, you know, we're only allowing them to look at it again, and they'll decide if it's gonna conform or not. They're gonna allow them to build that. 'Cause
Yeah.
really,
Additional comment?
No, just waiting for a vote.
Uh,
someone else lined up
Well,
there.
then you should sit down, because, so other people can speak if they'd like to.
I just have one comment, because I do like when we talk facts, and I believe it's 5.5 feet, which is the half a story. And that is a big difference if you're telling someone it's 1.5 stories, which kind of was a flavor, again, someone suggested of the other meeting, plus it's in the minutes of that, versus 2 stories when they're, and I know you guys aren't here supposed to decide about the house, so I don't want to go too many details, but I do think we need to make sure we're talking about facts, and it's 5.5 feet shorter, and if you kind of just look at those plans, it's going to look the same. And I get it's gonna cost you more to build it, because I work in construction too, but again, as a story and a half versus 2 stories is a
And then-
big difference, so.
And I look at these plans and I see
2.5 stories.
it's a 2-story
Yeah.
house, and the
Right.
second story is somewhat hidden in the roof line.
Exactly, yeah.
And so another thing to
Not
consider
the
too, I
one-story
think, is
reduction?
if we deny it, it just puts it off for 2 years, and then they come back with the plan, and then the zoning board decides, right?
Unless we've changed the zoning by then.
Yeah, so they have to hope they change the zoning, or they have to wait 2 years to find out. I mean, that's another thing I think to consider, but.
A technical question here.
Mm-hmm.
We're now a 5-member board.
No
Wasn't
offense,
really
Mike,
here.
but I think you've missed enough
Yeah.
of this that I don't think it'd be appropriate for you to vote on this,
Yeah.
unless.
Agreed.
The only way that would could happen is if we continue this and then you were to catch up by watching the video. But, so unless anybody disagrees with that, we
Just to-
can, I'd consider it further, but.
I don't disagree with it, but just to keep us clear of the technical, if he's sitting at this table with us, does that run us across
Abstain.
any issues here? Like, maybe,
Don't believe so.
okay, that's
No.
fine. I'm just trying to make sure we're
And as an
done.
Ashland
crossing
resident and a member of the
Ts.
planning board, he's welcome to speak up as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
He doesn't have to stay quiet just because he missed the beginning, but I don't think he should vote.
Okay, got it.
Mike? Mark?
Mark. And to put a little cover on that, you opened the public hearing up with 4, not 5.
That's true.
And I want to just say, what you just talked through, I thank you. Transparency. What you have to go through by steps and by discussion. Yes, it might be going back to zoning board, it could be boomeranging back and forth. But at least on camera, in public, people heard what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any particular reason not to vote on this tonight. I think we're generally inclined to send it back to the ZBA. You know, if that's not the case, and if somebody thinks we should continue this and let Mike catch up and get a fifth vote on this, now would be the time to speak up. But otherwise, believe we should close the public hearing and take a vote. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstention?
Abstention.
That's 401. Is there a motion? I believe the motion would be to find that the new plan contains specific and material changes that differ from the original special permit application.
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
That passes 401, and this now can go back to the ZBA. All right. The next item of business,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Might I inquire if the board will be putting in its record the specifics of what is considered to be a significant change in that decision? It's sort of like a finding of fact. I don't know if you plan to do that or not. Typically, you do write up a decision on things that come before you, but I didn't see one circulated or hear any specific comments made about what specifically you saw as a significant change.
There's no significant.
no-
There's
Each
no,
of us had our own opinion.
Specific and
well,
material change.
as of,
Doesn't say significant.
I think the important question, is there a signed decision that the board needs to make, or is it just the vote?
It's just the vote. We'll pass
Okay,
that
so
in a
having
formal
been, in that case, I think it's just, each member looked at the numerous different changes and decided that at least some of them were enough that it met the criteria. So I don't think there's any specific findings in that case, but. All right, the next item of business is 0 Tri-Street. I apologize to the applicant. We are running significantly behind this schedule that this was listed on the agenda. This is a continued public hearing from September 28th, October 26th, and November 16th. And this hearing is now called back into order. So if the applicant would like to tell us what has changed since last time, and we can see where we're going forward.
My name is George Connors. I'm with Cornerstone, and I'm also an attorney representing the applicant on this particular project. On 9/28, we opened the hearing. There was a discussion at that time resolving itself relative to a peer review for the conventional layout. As you know, this is a cluster and a preliminary conventional plan submission. The preliminary conventional plan submission is to qualify the lot count for a potential cluster. It also serves the purpose of preparing a basis for a definitive plan if it is going to be conventional zoning. So as you know, there are two applications pending. On 11/6, after the hearing on 9/28, we received a consultant's peer review, and we responded on 11/13 to that, and on 12/11, just a few days ago, we had the peer review's response to our response, or their re-review for all practical purposes, which is submitted today. I can submit that to you. I'll go through a brief overview of the subdivision, and then I'll address that package that is just being handed out. We have a 9.5 acre site off of Tri Street and connects to Adams Road. Adams Road is a dead-end road, and it is including, I think it's Sherrill Lane at the top. It's approximately 1,050 feet or so long. And then we would connect through to Tri Street from Adams, as that plan indicates. That plan that you're looking at now is the revised plan as of the 11/16 and the 12/11 reviews. The only differences on that are the detention basin locations and configurations. They're a little bit larger, and the one at Adams Road comes to the other side of the street. Essentially, there are 6 lots on that. The interior section is a wetland that's in dispute at DEP as to its jurisdictional limits. However, the location of it has been agreed to by Conservation Commission. So either that wetlands exists or it doesn't. In either case, the subdivision, as shown on the 6 lots, could be built as well as a cluster. And work in the last 2 months relative to your peer review has been focused on the conventional proof plan. There's been no discussion yet with your consultants on the cluster, so we're focusing on that this evening. Essentially, the site grades down towards the bottom of the plan where there's the solar farm, Goyce property. There is a stream on the right side, as you see that. That's an intermittent stream. It has a wetland complex associated with it. And at the bottom of the plan, adjacent to Goyce's property, is a sewer line that was installed sometime around 2004 by the town. So sewer runs through there, and water is available on either end of the site. So the road that we have shown that connects through for the proof plan and also the preliminary has been reviewed, and the outstanding comments in the review by your peer review people are with respect to a reserve strip off of Tri Street. It's parcel B. They suggest that that's a reserve strip and that it's not allowable. It is not a reserve strip. A reserve strip only becomes a reserve strip when it's dedicated to that particular purpose. The parcel is separated out from Lot 1 and the road. The road has a 50-foot right-of-way configuration. Parcel B would not be reserved to prohibit anybody from accessing that lot on the side. So we suggest that's not an issue. With respect to the next issue outstanding on that peer review was a question relative to stream stats. The stream that occurs on the right-hand side of the property was indicated on the USGS as an intermittent stream, but the consultant asked if we would run what's called stream stats, which is a USGS program that will qualify and quantify the type of stream that is in that area, whether it's intermittent or perennial, based on the type of geology and the area tributary to it. And the documentation we've added to that shows it's less than a square mile, half a square mile, and it is an intermittent stream based on stream stats. There was another question relative to the wetlands upgradient of the larger detention basin. That's the one as you come in off of Tri Street. They thought that that particular wetland area would be drained by the construction of that detention basin. The soils out there by the NRCS are Canton soils, which have a typically 80-inch below grade groundwater table. The wetland expression on that particular site, as you can see, it's fairly large in the middle, is a superficial wetland expression. There is some very restrictive thin layer of soil at the top. It runs on a fairly steep gradient, if you can see that on the plan. And then where it comes down close to the road in the corner of the detention basin, it disappears into the ground. The water in that, when it flows, goes into the ground and doesn't come out again until it comes to the stream. So for the two reasons, one, that the NRCS soils are 80 inches below grade for groundwater in that Canton series, and the fact that that's a superficial expression of wetlands and it actually dives into the ground, we suggest that that's not an issue. Nevertheless, we have shown that an impermeable barrier could be surrounding the upgradient side of that detention basin to prevent dewatering into it. Then I think all the rest of the comments really were adequately addressed in our 1116 response. And at this stage, I think we're trying to determine whether or not there is a potential cluster conventional layout that meets the planning board rules and regulations, the reasonable planning board rules and regulations, to be able to get an approval on that and then qualify the number of cluster lots. The next issue will be the cluster lots, and as you know, we've submitted a couple of different layouts. We can get into those after we've determined what the basis of the cluster submission would be. So I'll respond to questions and comments at this time.
I have a question. So you said typically in the Canton soils, it's 80 inches for the water table. Do you know what the actual water table is on that property, or?
No, we have not dug test holes.
You haven't done any tests?
We've done a lot of probes in the wetland area to determine what is going on in that. And when you get down below that very thin restrictive layer on the top, it's a Canton soil and it's fairly
So
dry.
you've done all this design for your drainage and you haven't done any test pits to know what the actual water table is?
Correct. The requirements for a preliminary plan are a general layout.
It'd be different if they were actually planning on building this.
If we were planning on building it, would go to the definitive design. Your planning board would approve it. It would have all the drainage studies and all the test holes that are required. But a preliminary plan is a general layout using
No,
general
I understand that. I
topography.
was just asking you if you knew what the water table was on the site. If you had any idea.
We're
You said you didn't
we're
do
pretty
any test
confident of what the water table is because it's A, Canton soils, B, we've spent a lot of time in that wetland. We're disputing the jurisdictional
That's what I'm
aspect
saying,
of it. And we've probed through that thing, determined that it doesn't connect into anything. Conservation Commission has agreed that the lines that we have on the plan are correct. It's whether or not they border something and become jurisdictional. Under federal regulations, it is not a wetland. Under town or state regulations, it may be bordering vegetated wetlands. There are two cases, adjudicatory cases at DEP, that we feel strongly would support our position. It's not regulated. If it's not regulated, then we could fill it. But just let me continue on that. We don't need to fill it for either this plan or the cluster. We can dispense with that appeal that's being held in abeyance. So we can get the use of the property without actually going to the extent of fighting it all away and seeing what happens. So one way or another, these plans could be built.
Thank you. Now, I heard something from staff that there was, particularly that there's a lot of concern over whether the stream is intermittent or perennial.
Correct.
And our conservation agent really wants to get that nailed down. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yeah. So she would like the Conservation Commission to make that determination of whether it's perennial versus intermittent.
And,
No.
and explain again how that impacts this, this plan. If it's intermittent, then this is allowed, and if it's perennial, it's not? Is that what it comes down to?
Yeah, yeah.
No,
'cause if
that's
it's-
not true.
If it's perennial, it'll be the 200-foot riverfront becomes,
Which has exemptions to
play.
allow the road to go through if it can't go any other place.
If those
And
exemptions are granted, right?
Those exemptions are statutorily allowed.
Okay.
So does that
Has
mean
our
it doesn't
peer
really
review
have-
confirmed that?
Your peer review asked if it was perennial or intermittent, agreeing that the 2015 USGS map showed it to be intermittent, and asked for corroboration on stream stats. So from those two perspectives, it is an intermittent stream.
But our our advisor in this matter is not yet conclusive that it is intermittent versus perennial.
correct, right.
Yeah,
Because Conservation Commission makes the final determination. They use the information from stream stats, and they'll do site inspections.
So it looks like our peer review was concerned about this issue,
Correct.
and our conservation agent is concerned about this issue. There is an assertion from the applicant that even if it is perennial, that there is case law that would allow them to still by right build this, in which case they have their plan. But we should get that confirmed by our peer review, because that's a technical, legal
Yeah.
type
I would
thing.
agree.
And I don't know that,
Without a doubt.
I'm not prepared to take the applicant's word for that,
No, me either.
Neither am I.
so.
You do have your consultant saying that it's intermittent based on the USGS, which is one criteria, and the second is stream stats, which is the second criteria.
I understand that. I still think we need a more final determination, and I think it's also a determination that is likely to impact the cluster design as well going forward. So I don't think it's too much to ask, even if it doesn't matter. Even if ultimately it doesn't make a difference in this plan, I think it does make a difference in the final cluster plan anyway, and I think we need to know that.
When will we know that? This plan was submitted 9/28. There wasn't a review by peer review for 2 months, and then another month, 2 days before the meeting, we get the second one. This has gone on for quite some time, and we really would like to get all the questions before us at one time. It seems that when the applicant answers the questions in the peer review, it's not enough. So I would like to get that answer quickly.
You'll need to apply to the Conservation Commission for a determination, so that they can,
Yeah, I mean,
advise
sounds
us
like a
properly.
conservation commission thing, yeah.
I agree that the scheduling on some of this has been awkward and more complicated than it should have been, and I apologize for that. We strive to have things move promptly, and it appears that was not the case here, and that should not be the case.
Thank you.
I got a question, maybe the applicant knows, maybe Sheila knows. Is this parcel fall under either the groundwater protection overlay or the floodplain overlay districts?
It is not in the groundwater, it is a floodplain off-site, or, I'm sorry, adjacent to the wetland that is on the right side, and I believe that elevation is 168. It doesn't affect the bulk of the property or the problem, or the process of constructing the
There's a
road.
floodplain overlay district in Ashland, isn't there?
Yes.
Which restricts building within the floodplain.
You have to get a special permit.
Is that what he's here for, a special permit? I thought he was here for a preliminary site plan.
Right, no, if it's within, if you want to build within the floodplain, you need a special permit, I believe.
And he is not proposing to build the floodplain, you know where the
I'm
floodplain.
asking what the
Floodplain is
overlay
elevation 168,
So
it's
maybe I can
below
just
all
clarify.
construction.
Right, so there's an overlay district. I want to know where does the overlay district fall upon this particular site plan, so I would be able to tell if the lots were truly buildable or if they were covered in the floodplain.
But if they're covered in the floodplain, but they're above the height, then they don't need, then I don't think they require that. I could be confused, I don't remember.
The floodplain is a specific number, and the site is well above that. It's at 180, 190. The floodplain's at 168.
But,
I thought there was an overlay district.
yeah, there's a,
I'm
there's a
separating
map.
it from the floodplain. I know there's floodplain rules, and then I thought there's a floodplain overlay district.
Oh, you're right,
I'm asking if this falls in the overlay district.
The
If it
overlay,
doesn't, then it's not an issue, it's just a yes or no question.
it's not.
Okay.
The overlay
Maybe we
district
should
is
check on that
defined
just
by
to-
the elevation.
That kicks in different building rules within
Right.
that district.
for the Seasons Market, that was a issue that came up as a surprise near the end. I remember that. And the town from time to time adopts the new EPA-provided maps.
Right, yeah,
So we should just double check that that doesn't impinge on this.
yeah.
It's something that rarely comes into play, but it's certainly.
What are the EPA maps?
The firm maps,
Oh, the firm
Yeah.
maps, yeah. Yeah, on the firm maps, this is at 168,
right.
which is right down beside the stream. So it's only a very small section beside the stream. Everything else is above it by
The
10,
floodplain-
20,
it
30,
should be
40, 50,
on
60 feet.
The site plan, the line. Because the floodplain district is it corresponds to the firm map.
Yeah, it's the firm and the FIS maps, right?
Yeah, and they put it on their existing conditions map, I know it's on there.
As long as they're not planning on actually building within that, even if it's, yeah, then I think they're okay.
It's delineated on the map.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
No fault of yours, these came in late as well, so I've not been able to decipher what's on the map yet, but
FEMA's got it at 168. The site is anywhere from 180 to 210 where the building takes place, so it's
the
Bit above
line's
it.
like, somewhere here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
and would, the proposal, if this was ever to be a real plan, would be to access lot 1 through the strip of land between the stormwater basin and lot 5? Would that provide?
No, between,
Well, I was gonna look at this to see if it was a valid plan, right? I think we have other issues with the water, right? How would you access lot 1?
right through there.
There's appropriate setbacks to put
Yes,
a driveway in there.
yes.
It's not a great plan, but
I would have to look at what the setbacks are, and see what the measurements are.
you have two
And
lots
has
where
the
you're running a
reviewer-
driveway right next to the detention basin, which is ugly, but, you know, you're not actually building it.
What do you mean you're not actually building it?
But this is
Not gonna
a
build this. plan.
conceptual plan.
I
not a-
underst- yeah,
yeah.
I understand.
So you could build it, and it would be
Yeah.
ugly, and it would work, but I'm not going
I
to.
don't know if it would, I don't know if that.
That's what these, wants to know, Mike wants to know if there's enough
This
space
line.
there to make
Okay.
it legal.
Yeah.
We checked it out.
So Preston, my opinion, only getting this map late, I don't have a lot of different questions besides what we kind of reviewed last time. I certainly would want to dig in to see if this would be a viable plan from a planning perspective. If it, I don't know if it meets all of the peer reviewers' comments. It sounds like there's a couple questions still out there that maybe we want answered. I'm not in a position to provide a whole lot of feedback getting the new plan.
I think we need to find out about the stream situation, for one thing. Like he said, he's saying if they can get it anyway, but it'd be nice to know whether, if that was perennial.
So we understand what the parameters are that we're just saying is, the applicant just has to prove that it's a buildable
Correct.
subdivision.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think the main issue left is that stream. And if it turns out the stream is perennial, we need to get our peer review to agree with them that it's still buildable even with that. And that, I don't know that's true.
Is there any significance in having to prove that there's 6 buildable lots versus some other number based on other findings with the lots?
Well, if the finding is that there are only 5 buildable lots, then they could only propose a cluster development with 5 lots instead of 6. So the number of lots
That's what
drives what
yep.
they can apply for the cluster.
That's exactly what I was confirming. Thank you.
Can you repeat your comment about the reserve strip, the parcel B?
Parcel B was suggested by your peer reviewer to be a reserve strip. A reserve strip is something that prevents somebody from accessing the road. That's not our intent until such time as we would declare what our intent was. That's not a reserve strip. And we have no intention of preventing anybody from accessing the road once it's built, approved, and accepted. From crossing that reserve strip. We can donate it to the town, we can donate it to conservation, we can reserve a right for somebody to cross that. It's simply a function of the L squared over A issue.
Okay?
Yeah, from a preliminary plan, it's very easy for them to say, oh, well, this would go to the town, and therefore it's not a reserve strip, because then the town, they can't block it because it's in public land. So it's, yeah. So I think that's a moot issue.
We could even have a road that's 70 or 80 feet wide at that place. And
Right, yeah, you can
Yeah.
even include it
We
as
don't
part of the
care how
road
it
if
is.
you wanted to, and then,
Yeah.
yeah, you can get rid of it entirely, it doesn't matter. So it's, yeah, if we were doing this as a final plan, we would need to address that,
Yeah, you condition it.
but,
That's fine, we expect that.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, so before we wrap up with this, I think I do need to open it up for any public comments. I don't know if anybody has anything else to say based on what we've discussed tonight, but you're welcome to. Please go to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and then give us your comments.
Hi, my name is Vijay Subramanian, and I live in 17 Adams Road. I have some visuals while I talk. Can I roll it in today?
Yeah, I'd be happy to have that if we can get it to work technically.
Oh.
Need a tech guy.
Preston.
Need a tech guy. Standing there waiting.
And if you could later email or provide an electronic copy to the planning office, just so that whatever's presented at the meeting
Right.
is available as public record?
Yep.
That would be good. Thank you. change.
It's not green.
Floodplain goes, somebody just back.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. This is the land.
Someone just
Right.
pushed the button.
Yeah.
It doesn't impact any of this side of the,
Yeah, so I wouldn't be trying to.
although we have wetlands, and I'm surprised that they don't infringe on the site. So I was kind of asking, I don't know if these lines are different.
The controller needs more batteries.
Yeah.
And then it's
We're out of
like
batteries.
the limit of the no disturb,
Just stand on
25
the chair
no
and
disturb.
sit down.
Got batteries.
100 is like.
How many batteries does it need?
There's like, I mean, state restrictions have been 25 feet.
AAA, AA?
Two double A.
That are- You can
I
just
got
use
a
it,
double,
but
I got
it's
one
more
double A
restricted.
here.
Can I ask a question while he's?
Sure.
That way we keep it moving. Frank,
Yeah.
10 Adams Road. So I know I've been up here many times, and I told myself I wasn't gonna say anything, all right? But I just wanna, I just have one thing, and I'm gonna get back, and I'm not a lawyer, and the bottom line is, I know that by the law, we have to abide by it, and we're probably not gonna stop this project the whole bit. I get that, unless it's some legal thing that stands in the way. But I wanna reiterate to y'all that this past weekend, we had our Adams Road 24th Annual Christmas Party, is what we had. We had children from the age of 1 years old to people up to 73 years old. My house was full of 56 people from every single person that lived on Adams Road. If more houses are added to this road, number one, I can't fit them on my house, okay? Number two, when we're all done and we walk down the street at 8 o'clock, at 7 o'clock at night and sing Christmas carols, okay, with more cars coming through, we'd probably be unsafe to do that. Adams Road is I'm gonna reiterate, it's a family neighborhood. That everybody looks forward to the 24th year of a cookie party that was started by a couple of people here many years ago. And with a road possibly a cut through, which I don't think they'll do because it'll cost the builders too much money. That's why the cluster would be the best bet for them for saving money. But the overall best bet for Adams Road and to keep Ashland as a community as it is to not even consider this thing. All right, Adams Road is a safe community. I keep saying it every time I come up here. I grew up on that. I've heard people say, well, just think what it'll do to your house. It'll pick the price up, which will be great. And if it then, and absolutely, I'd sell, I'd move. I'd be out of Ashland after 25 years my kid went. I wouldn't stick around on any place where there's more, it's unsafe and there's more cars cutting through the Tri-Street. It would be time to move out of this town on that. And I'm not saying it's a definite, but Adams Road is a nice little community. It's safe, child safe, the whole bit, and we just don't want to take that away. There are young couples that have moved in that want to raise their kids in Ashland and in the community. That's all. It's just, like I said, I know it's gonna come up to who's got the strongest lawyers and who abides by the law and everything. But as residents in the town and God-bearing citizens, is that it's a safe little place. It's a haven. It's our private haven down there. And we love it. That's all.
Just one quick question
Sure.
though, but this is the plan they need to get approved. The plan that they showed us where Adams is a cul-de-sac, does that change your opinion any? There's no cut-through. Remember they presented, you were here, and they presented the
Yeah,
other
a
plan that they're
cul-de-sac.
thinking of. If they did a cul-de-sac,
From my perspective, I'm not sure everybody else is on the street. Look, the bottom line is, as long as you follow the law and you guys have to approve it, we get it. We'd prefer nothing,
yeah.
absolutely 100%, but if we had to take something, and please, let me know the neighborhood, it would be a cul-de-sac, by far. If we had to take something. That's just my opinion, we'd have to talk to it as a group. But overall, we'd prefer nothing, because it's a nice little neighborhood, and at the beginning of the road, up on Adams Road, as you know, you get toward the end of the road, cars will start flying down through. They already try to cut through there. We've had a couple kids that have almost got hit in the summertime, where I know, in the middle of summer, I tend to jump out in front of cars that are flying through there and speak up, is what I do. But if a push came to shove, of course we want a cul-de-sac, but again, as a neighborhood, I'm not speaking for the whole neighborhood, but the safety of the people would be the number one. It's also cheaper for the builders. A cul-de-sac is cheaper to build on that.
I was just throwing that out there
Yeah.
because I see how the cut-through traffic, I know how that works.
It'll be a
If it
nightmare.
was a cul-de-sac,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
had 4 more good families that maybe threw Christmas parties at their house, you know what I
They'd be
mean?
bigger.
And help you out.
They'd be bigger, they'd be able to fit us in.
Yeah, I'm just saying, trying to be positive,
That is
throw
a
a
condition.
positive thing out
If
there.
that happens,
because-
as long as we get that in the contract when the house is built.
Yeah,
we'll be
exactly.
fine, right? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Vijay, 17 Adams Road again.
You 17?
17 Adams Road, yes. I just wanted to show some visuals on the size of the road we are talking here for, cutting through. This is, I think this should expect, yeah. This is the size of the road we are talking. If you're going to put more traffic into it, and this is during the snowstorm, so welcome to Adams Road again. So, how many cars you're going to fit in here, right? So, they had the similar thing on the Tri-Street before, and they couldn't stop the traffic flowing through, cutting through Tri-Street to 126. Now they made it as one way. So if you're going to make another cut through here, we are going to face the same amount of traffic and the speeding vehicles and stuff like that. So that's one I wanted to highlight. And one of the comments on that rebuttal letter is about the number of trees that's going to get cut down. And I don't see that being discussed today, but I wanted to show the visuals for. So you're seeing, whatever you're seeing on the left is all the trees you're going to cut out to make this work. Right? So there's going to be an impact of that on the wetlands, environmental factor, whatever we are talking about. That is not getting addressed anywhere. It's kind of kept very quiet in the letter as well, and I don't think that is being discussed today. So, that's something you need to count it in, and these are all really good grown trees, been there for a long time, and it's a lot. So, the board has to think about the impact of that on the wetland as well as the road conditions what we have in connection with the traffic, the traffic video which we shared last time, just to, for you to consider that. Which one do you? Which one do you?
Type of housing.
Oh, you want to see this? Oh.
Take your arrow and show them where the road would go.
I'm sorry?
Take your arrow, use your arrow, show where the end of the
Between
road
two of
is
those
now,
houses.
right there.
Yeah, it's right there. That's where the road is right now stopping.
And then go like that's where the cul-de-sac or the road would cut through all the
Yep.
roads going back.
I think this is where the lot being discussed now, and here is where the road ends. So I'm going to make a whole lot of things you're going to cut here. And, you wanted to show
Yeah.
size of the house, okay?
These are the type of houses that are there now. And as per this last thing that we did before this, the type of housing that they're planning doesn't match up with the homes that are there now.
So, sir, you're going to have to state your name and address for the record as well, just for
Okay.
reference.
Richard James, and I'm at 29 Adams Road.
Oh, thank you.
And this cluster or the road going down here, like they said before, I don't see how, we already addressed that with Tri-Street by making it a one-way. Why anybody would want to consider doing the same thing now with Adams Road is completely out of text. But the houses there now, they're small capes, they're on quarter-acre lots. These lots are 30, 40,000, 50,000 square feet, totally different. And Adams Road itself, although it's a street, there's 17 houses there. The traffic that goes on that little road, all the cars that are on that road don't go all the way to the end. They peel off to their individual driveways as they're going down. There's probably 6 houses down at the end that use the whole street. The street's not made for up and down and back around. It just doesn't, it just does not, It's not really, it's more like a driveway than a road. And they've got to do an awful lot of heavy equipment, and the road has cracks in it now. I don't see the road coming out of this in any good shape. It's just my opinion, but.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Morgan, 136 Concord. Yeah, so I attended the previous hearing on this, which is now some time ago, and I think these wetland issues have been come up before. I think I specifically asked a question about conservation. I was a little concerned that I heard it represented that conservation has already made some decision on this plan, because to my knowledge, there's no public record of any decision of any kind regarding these wetlands. And it's misrepresentation, I think, by the applicant to suggest that perhaps he has a side agreement with the agent, but the Conservation Commission hasn't had a hearing, to my knowledge, and I stand corrected if I'm incorrect. But, you know, I think we need to be accurate, and I think that for this plan to proceed, I think we need conservation to weigh in on the wetlands issues. That's their jurisdiction, and, you know, I think the board may be amenable to that position. But, you know, I think the fact that this is here now before that's resolved suggests that the applicant is trying to slip it by to get to the cluster development, and they should really do things in the right order. They have control over how they approach the project, and they certainly can take different paths, but there's no reason this board should accommodate people who are taking, you know, obtuse or what have you directions through the process. You know, you should put people back in the process. At least that's my feeling on it. And, you know, I was very concerned reading the peer review about the wetlands and the dewatering, and I looked at these, you know, retention basin designs, and I mean, you know, I guess they don't want to ever build it because, you know, this is a crazy plan, you know, just to try and get by a milestone. And it should be an actual plan that people would build and would be comfortable with, you know, and this just, you know, when you start talking about not only is there a wetland that may or may not be there, obviously it's there, and then you start talking about, you know, dewatering caused by the actual detention basin. I mean, you know, come on, you know, the water's over there, you know, and they need to go over to conservation and resolve it before this board can really do anything. At least that'd be my view. Thank you.
May I respond to that quickly?
Yes, you may.
It's patently incorrect that conservation doesn't know where that wetland is. As a matter of fact, at the last hearing, Carl Hackinson was here and said that it was classified and clarified as to its location. The delineation was approved. The delineation, the location of that wetland in the middle, has been approved as to its limits. What's in dispute, and it's at DEP, so there's written order of resource area delineation and jurisdiction, a document that the town has actually published, and it's at the DEP under appeal. So that wetland line on that plan has been looked at by conservation.
Margie Gassell, 8 Adams Road. I'm a little under the weather here. I wasn't going to speak, but I wanted to respond to your question about the cluster design maybe being preferable. But what we would be losing is one of the rare parcels of open space in that side of town. And we have many other concerns that I don't think I'll go into right now, but one, I don't really understand what a basin is, but it doesn't sound like something that you would want right next to your house.
Well, my point was, when I was saying it was because there might be legally, they can do it, what would be a better scenario? I was just asking what would be a better scenario through traffic or a cul-de-sac, because at some point, you might have to let it go through.
Right, well,
with
through
whatever
traffic is
restrictions,
not
but-
desirable at all.
And so if it comes down to that, that helps decide, and the developer might keep that in mind too, maybe. That was my point, it wasn't trying to
Got it.
say, we want
Okay.
to put that in like that. I was just saying, if it worse comes to worse, what would be better, a street going through or a cul-de-sac? So,
Okay.
just to clarify what I was, you know,
Steve Morgan, just real briefly, I think council is well aware that when something is appealed, it is not a final decision, and therefore there is no decision by the conservation until such time as that decision reaches a point of finality. It's a very simple principle of law, and representing a decision under appeal as final is just completely incorrect. It's not a decision that's been approved by the process. It's still a matter of review, as you would expect. Thank you.
Hi, Elisa Searle, 30 Adams Road. I also want to respond to what you said, and I understand the question you were asking, but from a perspective, so my house is number 30, which is, it's the one right here next to this lovely water basin. So I am thinking about it from the perspective of the construction happening and the disruption and the noise and my 2-year-old running out in the street. And so, yes, obviously, do I want to cut through or do I want to cul-de-sac? I have to choose one or the other. I'm going to take the lesser of two evils. But I think from the perspective, I'm thinking, how long is this project going to take? How much disruption is there going to be? You talked a lot about floodplain issues. My basement floods right now. So I have concerns that whatever happens here is going to push more water into my house. And I already can't afford to deal with the problem. So these are the types of things. I don't want to take up more time and repeat, but open space. I love the trees behind my house. That was my house you saw in the picture overhead of all the trees surrounding, excuse me. And I know that this is the conventional plan and wouldn't be the final plan, but that water basin next to my house is just not desirable at all either. Thank you.
Sorry, Frank Lowell, 10 Adams Road. I'm not sure if everybody knows this is back, these were built back in 1947, and it was built on an apple orchard pond. So the pond was filled in back in 1947. My house floods. I know the two down the street from me floods. Every time there's heavy rain, I got sump pumps going. I had to dig out my cellar and put in perimeter drains. They flood like crazy. There is so much water behind there, and the main concern is there's ledge out there blasting. What's gonna happen to the house's foundations? We're gonna have to make sure that the builder understands that if there's any damage, the insurance company's gonna cover it. But that whole area on the left side of the road, when you're going down it, up on the hill, all those houses were built on a pond. They were filled in. It was an apple orchard back in the 30s and 40s on that. Just to give you a heads up, there was streams running all the time into it's constant pumping is what it is. In the wintertime and the springtime, it is, I have a very hard time, sump pumps on our side of the properties, keeping up with the sump pumps. We all flood. You'll see no finished basements down in that area at all. But just an FYI, thank you.
Okay. So I think,
No, not
one more comment.
Mark Sony again. My first question is, on this map in front of me, what is that grayish that goes down and over? What is that?
The line, Mark,
This right here?
that's a road.
That's a road.
Oh, okay. And all this is that water conservation and stuff like that? The green dots?
The green is the wetland boundary, and the blue are the detention basins.
Okay. Now, hopefully it's a short question, but a good explanation for an answer. What does firm, EPA report, and conservation water restrictions, what is all that?
I think it's kind of a big question, and we've kind of talked about it.
But you didn't, it was not completely
but
clear.
There are a number of different rules at different levels for environmental concerns concerning wetlands, floodplains, at the federal, at the state, and at the local level, and I think those are references to different aspects of those restrictions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it through another sensitive way. Through peer review, EPA, firm, and water conservations, how do they come back to compromise or talk with the developer, attorney, and the conservation people? What do they say about that as a report?
I think the one thing that's still outstanding is the status of that stream.
But I've been hearing the firm, EPA, and conservation water restrictions, stuff like that.
I believe I believe those have been looked at, and so there's lots of references to them, but I don't think there are any outstanding issues with those.
Do you have the peer report in front of you?
Yes.
Does it mention, and I'm asking seriously, does it mention any of those? And what reason?
I tell you.
And out loud, since this is a public meeting.
But I don't see those cited as such. I would also say, I believe this document, if not already, will be on Co-Urbanize.
It is on.
It is on Co-Urbanize,
Yeah.
so you can read it for yourself.
Well, if a person doesn't have co-urbanized and it's not, it doesn't get
If you
updated.
don't have a web browser, you can go to the library and use their computers, or you can come to the planning office and get a copy there.
Okay, I'll see a person behind it. I'll cut to the chase. What's been said about traffic, about the woods and the backyards and what they have back there? Cluster would be a maximum thing, but the extra traffic and how Allen Road comes down and curves and is thin, it's like where I live, up by a road called Hickley Road. That's a cut through from Cedar to 135. And that's like extra traffic every single time. This is gonna be like a cut through from Elliott, Adams to 135, even with extra people, with extra houses. They gotta be living through this. I said it before, I had trees back in my house, I had them all knocked down, I got 3 2-floor family houses. This has gotta be a clear out. And if it's gonna be proven, let's hope it's proven that, like with the last Washington one, that it's got the good aesthetics of the rest of the neighborhood.
Sorry, I forgot to ask a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Elisa from 30. I just wanted to know, I asked this last time too, in terms of the process, what happens next, what are the next steps, and how do we stay informed? Because I believe that the documents that we were able to see on Co-Urbanize were only posted because there was a meeting happening. So if there are decisions made by either Conservation Committee or the other one that I'm now forgetting because I'm tired, that we talked about at the beginning about the stream, I guess that's also Conservation
Yeah.
Committee. How do we stay abreast of those decisions and things that are
Hopefully,
happening?
all the documents will be posted on Co-Urbanize as they're created.
Okay,
Sometimes staff is busy and they don't get posted until they're going through the paperwork for an upcoming meeting. So sometimes there's a delay, and I apologize on their behalf, but, you know, they're only human.
no. As long as it is
Forward here is, we need to make the determination as to whether this is a legal conventional subdivision with 6 lots. And I think we're gonna wait to get either the determination on that stream or our peer review to say that either way on the determination of that stream, it's buildable, which I'm not sure they will say. If we get one or the other, I think that would make us have to say, yes, this qualifies, and then we can start looking at the 6-lot cluster.
and then there would be further discussion about
And
that.
there
and
would be
then-
a whole lot of further discussion about that, yes.
Okay. So till the next meeting, basically.
Yes,
Okay.
hopefully at the next meeting, we'll have everything
You'll know more.
all tied up on, and either this is buildable or it's not, and then we can go on, and if it is buildable, we can go on to the cluster.
Okay, thank you.
That would be what I
You
would
can call
hope to
them
see.
too.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
So. And if anybody thinks that, hey, it's been a long time since I've seen anything on Co-Urbanize, you can always call the planning office and say, is there an update on 0 Tri-Street? And they can give you a 1 or 5 minute update.
Right.
Go ahead.
Richard James, 29 Adams Road. I have one question. I'm not quite sure what these retention basins are. is that gonna be a mosquito pit, or, you know, like we have up at Elliott Street now?
Potentially, in any subdivision development, or pretty much any development, they have to show that the amount of, when there's a storm, that the amount of water that flows off is not increased by their development. Which, when you pave a road, instead of the water soaking in, the water runs off, so that increases. So you have to compensate by collecting the water that runs off on site somewhere where it can soak in, and that's, so they put in these detention basins. Some projects, when they're restricted on space, actually put in underground water storage, essentially, where it soaks in and it's not visible on the surface. But so there are a lot of different techniques people use, but that's standard in developments of this type. And we would look it when it comes time for when they're actually proposing to build. We would look much more closely at any specific detention basins, concerns about mosquitoes, if they're building one where there aren't similar, same issue, fencing for safety, all those kinds of things, we'd start looking at very carefully when that comes.
Well, obviously, we don't wanna see them, but if that could be done, but,
If you look closely, most subdivisions around here have some. Anything built since the 70s, probably, you'll find one or two.
Okay, well, and the only other last comment I have is that no matter what happens here in the end, the town's gonna get a road that they have to keep up, and I don't see where the taxes on these 4 to 6 houses are gonna be advantageous to the town to even break even at any point on this. That might not be true, but that's the way I'm looking at it.
For a conventional subdivision that's by right, that's not a factor that the planning board gets to consider.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think we've been here a long time. We've gotten to the point where we're probably going to be talking in circles if we do any more. Unless there's anything else from the board, I would like to continue this.
I'm good with continuing it. Just a point of clarification, when, and this was part of my question when we were talking about the floodplain earlier, but when we look at the rule of 22, and it goes at the buildable available surface within the lot, or is it the total square footage of the lot?
Total square footage of the lot, and the
Regardless
perimeter,
of,
yeah.
okay, alright.
But
That answers my question then, right?
yeah, there's
Well,
still.
My question isn't whether you can or, you probably wouldn't do a lot of this plan. And I think my question was, lots 1, 2, and 3 may not have met some of those rules based on the floodplains, but if it goes by just the square footage of the proposed lot, not counting the floodplain within it, then it will meet.
Or wetlands.
Or wetlands, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wetlands, right. I thought it was,
All right.
I thought it was buildable, that's why.
So is the applicant clear on what we're expecting for the next meeting?
Yes.
All right, so, considering the holidays, we are not planning another meeting in December. So the next meeting, is, the second Thursday of January.
January 11th.
Does that,
January 11th is Thursday?
Yeah, and then the 25th is the next.
What's the next one?
25th? Because you'll need time to go to conservation.
And how long is it gonna take your consultant to do this?
Well, we'll work on that.
We can get answers back in 3 or 4 days. 3 or 4 days is evidenced by, right?
yeah,
Right, no, I know, but you'll need to seek conservation, so that's,
Well, based on what you said, it's either conservation or your consultant.
does the planning board agree that if,
Conservation.
what I said, that if our consultant says that whether it's perennial or not, it's still buildable either
Yes.
way, is that sufficient?
Yes, I think so.
At this stage, I mean, it's a
By law,
determination
they
that we're
have
going
to
to
allow-
need in the final.
Then it won't matter what they.
But if they can show that even if it's perennial, it's still buildable, then I don't know that we have to have that for this stage.
Yeah.
I don't see that we can argue that they have to have it, much as I'd like to have it.
I think the way I am on this is the Conservation Commission needs to make a determination on the stream, perennial versus intermittent.
But he's saying that even if they say it's perennial and they can't,
Who's they?
even if the Conservation Commission says it's perennial or whatever it is, they're saying that they can get a waiver because it's the only way to do
Yeah,
it.
and so that's their position, but we don't have to
But-
take that determination.
Well-
Exactly, but what Preston's saying, you can go ahead, is that.
What I'm saying is I see two ways forward for them. And if the planning board disagrees on this, then we need to discuss this before we continue. One way, which is the way that I think most people would prefer, would be go to conservation and get the determination on that stream as to whether it's perennial or intermittent. And then make sure that the plan works with whatever that
Based on that
determination is.
Yeah.
The other way is to say, well, let's assume that it's perennial, because that's the harder one to deal with, the more restrictive way, and show that the plan works with it being perennial, which would mean our peer reviewer saying, on the assumption that it's perennial, does this plan still work? And if our peer reviewer says that, then I would see that as an alternative way forward.
But wouldn't it still have to go through the Conservation Commission process anyway, but?
I don't know that they would have to have that, for the preliminary conceptual plan, I don't know that they would have to have that. 'Cause
Eventually,
I think
we'll
that,
have
I
to
think
go through that
the
process.
point is to show that it's
Regular plan.
buildable. I think they still ultimately need to are ultimately going to need to go through that process for the cluster, most likely, so, but.
I mean, making that assumption is not something that I'm comfortable with, so I think I'm more in the bucket of option A, which is Conservation Commission makes the determination.
Yeah, but I don't see how, because if they can show they can build this either way,
It
that's
doesn't
really
That you're gonna accept, I mean, it's their determination.
No, it's not their determination, it's our peer reviews saying it's buildable from a technical engineering standpoint,
Okay.
legal. If the answer is, it might be buildable if they get this special waiver and this is the process they'd have to go through to get it, that's kind of iffy. In that case, I would say, well, unless you're going to go through that process and actually demonstrate that, because there might be more steps involved. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't studied this particular issue. I think they're probably a lot safer to go to conservation first.
That's what I'm
But-
saying.
But I think there's a potential for them to show it's buildable regardless of the stream status.
Well, Mr. Chairman, don't assume.
Yeah,
Ask the person
Somebody at
over
the
here.
podium here.
Beth Rosenblum, 21 Corderville Road. I just happen to be the conservation agent of a neighboring town. There are significant setback distinctions between an intermittent stream and a perennial stream, and significant restrictions as to what you can do within those setbacks. So I would urge you to wait for conservation review and distinction as to which type of stream this is before moving forward.
May I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yeah, there are people watching at home. In the room, we can all hear you, but I'm sure people at home would want to as well.
Case law is very clear with respect to the planning process, the subdivision control law. You cannot require the applicant to go and get a secondary or previous permit relative to conservation.
Preston, why don't we talk to town
Council here.
Yeah.
council about this? We have to make a decision, but I mean,
Yeah, I mean, let's get, if that's his assertion, let town council weigh in on it, who's not present. so.
Yeah,
we're
Because
not,
he may
I
say
mean,
that,
we're
yeah, they
hearing
can do it either
from
way.
someone who's a lawyer, but we're not,
Yeah,
we don't have proper representation.
I
so,
agree. I
Yeah.
think we should ask for a legal opinion on this.
Yeah.
That would be
And,
nice.
Yeah. And then based on that legal determination from town council, we can decide whether or not it's in our right to do what we're saying.
Right.
So.
Although that push, yeah, okay.
But,
How do we proceed with this?
we're gonna continue it. The applicant is going to, my impression is they don't want to get the, Conservation Commission determination on this stream at this time. That, whether it's for the timing or they just don't want to do it, I don't know, but that's not the direction they wanna go for this. They wanna go to try and demonstrate that regardless of the determination, that this project is buildable. And
Yeah.
That's not correct.
that is,
We're gonna answer it from the three different aspects. We
Okay.
will file with conservation. We will prepare the information for peer review. And I will send you the case law,
okay,
but we will answer the question.
yeah, so ultimately, they need to come back with where it's very solid and everybody from all sides sees whether or not this is buildable.
I think we need to check with our own legal.
But I do think we need to check on that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think there's questions on our side.
When our peer review reviewed this, so, because if I go back to whether it's buildable or not, that's gonna come down to some legal rulings and some other boards, and I'm okay with that either way. My question is more around, has this preliminary plan demonstrated that 6 lots are buildable? And because if that is what leads into the approval to put a 6-home cluster development in there, I think that's a
relevant.
significant question we should be asking. So was that reviewed by the peer reviewer, or were they looking at it from the point of wetlands and square footage of the lots and the road? Did they say, yes, they have 6 truly buildable lots, so if it gets approved, you can have a 6-home cluster development? Right, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think it's a secondary question to the fact of whether or not there's a Conservation Commission issue here.
Whether
It's-
or not,
It sounds like where there's a will, there's a way. There's probably a way to make this fit through here. Whether it would be realistic financially or not to ever do, but it's gonna lead to ultimately the final product proposed by the developer. And
6.
with 6 lots, and if there's not 6 buildable lots in this plan, I don't think we should be moving forward with a preliminary plan that shows 6 lots.
So did the peer review say there was 6 buildable or address that at
Well,
all?
That's what I'm trying to figure out
At
what
a
was
previous
reviewed.
generation, they said there were problems with some of the lots, and those have been fixed.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're, looking at this plan, they're saying it fits other than the stream issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we need to have that resolved, and if,
Yes.
I
Then
struggle
is
with
there-
lot 1, 2, and 3.
Pardon me?
I struggle with lots 1, 2, and 3 and seeing how they, and I would have to go through all my bylaws here right now to kind of see if they all fit. And I just don't, I can't do that during the meeting, right?
I
But
understand that.
I would have to understand that they meet all of the zoning requirements for a subdivision in order to qualify as lots.
I believe our peer review has checked that
Okay.
as
I
well.
didn't see any
but-
comments on it in the most recent peer review.
Right.
That's why,
The letter dated December 11th.
I didn't,
We
yeah, I
check
didn't
on
see
that
one
too,
comment
Sheila?
about them.
Can we check on that?
Just
too?
verify that.
Yeah, I think we should be clear with our peer reviewer that if he sees deficiencies that are easily correctable, he should note them, but just simply say, these are easily correctable, because they, as a conceptual plan, those would not hold up the process.
And I stand corrected, I do see one comment actually in here, where he says lot 1 has a calculated build factor of 41.84, does not conform to the rule of 22. Lot 1 should be reconfigured, and I think you said you did reconfigure it, is what you said.
Right.
So he does call out.
Right.
one of the lots. Ooh, there's a however in your answer, though.
Pardon me?
There's a however. However,
Reserve strip?
right, right.
Yeah,
So that's how, okay, so that's how the reserve strip comes into play.
yeah, but the reserve strip could be incorporated into the road or otherwise eliminated trivially,
Right, right.
so it's not a blocking factor.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try to get clarity on that.
So I think the issue now is whether we're going to the 11th or the 25th of January.
Well, I would guess it would be the 25th, provided we get the review, I don't know, 2 weeks before that, and be able to address whatever's in that.
We,
So I will have the river issue addressed as far as the peer review is concerned. I would guess by a week from now, get it into you, and then hope to have your consultant respond maybe a little bit before the third day.
Yeah, I will.
yeah,
How does the Conservation Commission meeting tuck in?
That's a process that requires so many days of advertising, so many days of hearings, so many days before they can issue.
I'm sorry, I've got it.
60 days.
You're gonna, you need to come to the mic if you're speaking, just
No,
moving forward, just, but yeah. So. Well, let's continue this to the 25th. Do we have anything else on the schedule?
On the 25th? No, not for the 25th.
Let's put this at 7:15 on the 25th. Anything else we do tonight is going to be talking in circles on this, so let's, is there a motion to continue this?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? That passes 5-0. Okay.
I would just, go ahead. I was just gonna second that if we can make sure we have these weeks in advance, I mean, there's a lot going on here.
Thank
So in
you.
fairness to the
Thank you.
applicant, in
And make
fairness
sure
to the
you
board,
show
to
up
get the comments sooner.
when we can get into it too,
Yeah.
with your issues. You know what I mean, when they start getting down to the real plan.
All right.
Thanks.
So can I just, one technical issue here. So it's 9:15 and we're going into another meaty topic on our agenda.
I
With
thought
the
you were coming over
doors.
to talk.
She already unlocked
generally
them.
locked.
She already unlocked them.
There's a minor
already did
thing.
And they will remain
They're just
unlocked?
continuing,
Yeah, we already
so,
did that.
so you are next.
Thank you for checking.
Went out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's fine, just trying to keep us from.
No,
Redundant.
somebody else.
Literally 1 minute. Under the bathroom.
Okay, we're going to take
do that in
a
a minute.
1-minute recess so we can take care of personal
15
needs.
seconds there, 15 seconds back.
right, welcome back. We have a continued public hearing on subdivision at 73 Olive Street. They have requested both an extension in the time for the planning board to approve to February 28th and an extension and a continuance of their public hearing to January 11th. So first, I would entertain a motion to accept their extension of the time for considering their application to February 28th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. They want to be continued to January 11th.
Is there
Do you have
no, just discussion, I was gonna say.
Okay.
You can take care of housekeeping first.
Okay, so still on the 70,
Is on this, yeah.
do you have something on 73 Olive?
Yeah, I didn't know if there was a certain, timeline when, I know certain plans are no longer good after approved for 7 years, but after a submittal, is it 2 years?
Well, we've just been, we've never approved anything.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying, after a certain point.
Oh, they
You mean
have a
like
certain period of time before where they have to start working on the plan or it expires.
Yes, the submittal. I thought it was 2 years, but I could be mistaken.
No,
think you
it's
can
from the
go on,
approval, not
yeah.
from the submittal.
I think as long as the submittal is properly continued, it can go on for a year or two.
Well, we're beyond it, that's why I'm at, yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going to
We're
need,
beyond 2, that's why I just was curious if there was a point, just to not run into anything.
Right.
we are going to need to check with town council on this because we have had enough turnover on the board since this was originally submitted
Okay,
that
yeah.
we do not have a quorum of the board that has attended sufficient meetings that we would normally be allowed to vote. And we need to have a determination as to how we proceed.
Yeah.
So that because I don't know what the rules are in this
Right,
case.
yeah, I don't know offhand, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause they are having traffic problems and the town is putting in stop signs, and they're waiting to see if those became permanent, and it's been a much longer process than normal on this.
Yeah.
That said, do we have a time that we want to do this on January 11th? I think we've already got
Yes.
several other
We
things
have
there.
one, yeah, we have 2 at 7:15 is already.
Which projects are those, just so?
We have something at 8284 Hilldale Avenue. It's going to be a special permit. And I can't remember what the other thing is, but I think there's one other thing at 7:15. Want to do?
7:45?
Sure.
Motion to continue this till 7:45 on January 11th.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? That passes 5-0. All right, that brings us to 231 Pond Street. This is a site plan review. It's been on our agenda a number of times, but not everything was ready, so this is our first time
Oh,
to
thank you.
actually look at it.
All right, you guys have this
The
already,
applicant
too.
would like to introduce the project and let us know what he hopes to do. That would be great.
My name is George Connors. I'm an engineer at Cornerstone, also an attorney representing Ray Pelletier, who's got reliable fence. On the plan in front of you, the colored plan, the top of the plan has Nickerson Road, and on your left is the 126 Pond Street. The site has in the yellow little square in the bottom of the plan, a dilapidated outdoor warehouse, cold storage, an area where they may assemble some various fence components and keep some other components that shouldn't get wet until they're prepared. They're going to tear that building down. It is it's a relic. It is basically a plywood building that probably couldn't stand much wind load or snow load. And there's some photographs that come from the Google Earth picture that shows it. I don't know if you've been to the site, but it looks like heck. They're going to take that down and they're going to relocate a new building again, a cold storage area to the rear of the site. There is a plan that I sent out earlier that shows it's going to be a metal building with ribs vertical and a metal roof in the back. It's going to be a low-profile building from those layouts that the architect has. They just became available yesterday. He's been struggling to find somebody who could construct this building in a manner that he wants. There are no services to it. It's just outside area, and it has the doors on the front and some man doors on the side and the back. We've been to conservation relative to drainage out there. Drainage is a major issue. There's a 48-inch pipe that traverses the property from the bottom right of the lot out to the front and then to the front of the building that's there, and then it ties into a 2-by-2 foot box culvert under Route 126, and it's prone to flood. It actually fills up manholes on the site and bubbles out onto the pavement. We've made some changes to the drainage system on site so that we can eliminate that. We've been to conservation. Conservation has accepted the plan. There's some restoration that shows on the other site plan behind this that is in that corner on the bottom right where the culvert entrance is. And that's to remove some invasive species and plant some native vegetation in an area beside that culvert. Basically, the building in the back will have roof drains that tie into the existing drainage system that's out there. There are also infiltration for the roof runoff, so we'll be reducing that. We're reducing the impervious area on site by just about 1,000 square feet. The plan shows the front storage building and then the proposed building in the back. That proposed building is in an area where it's gravel, so the two different shades of gray on the plan, the darker is paved and the lighter is the existing site conditions all the way to the back. There's a very little bit of landscaping along 126 and along the area where the drain line is. But basically, the entire site is a open area. The deliveries come in early in the morning. They're tractor-trailer trucks. They simply come in off of 126 and line up in front of the existing building that's going to remain. They unload that with the forklift fairly quickly. There's 2 deliveries on average a week seasonally, and then they store the material as if you've been to the site, you've seen it stacked up. So there's really no difference to this plan other than the visual aspects and the drainage improvements. As I said, Conservation has approved it. They have not issued the order of conditions because somebody's out of the state or country and won't return for another month or so, and then they'll be able to sign it. So we have some time on that. With respect to design review, I understand that we may be able to go to them on January 9th. However, I'm not so sure that this is going to have any impact on this. There's a vast improvement to this site simply by tearing that building down and putting something up in the back. So we would ask you to consider that. There were some questions relative to the loading docks and doors. That has been answered. There's no loading docks. There are no loading areas other than what's currently being used. As I said, the trailer trucks come in early in the morning. The Conservation Commission noted the building is falling apart, and they're correct. The Conservation has closed the hearing. There's no water and no sewer to the existing building, and there will be no water or sewer to the proposed storage building. And we're certainly happy to have a pre-construction review. During our drainage investigation, we had the DPW out there, and we opened up a lot of manholes along 126 and found that there's no answers to the drainage system other than the 2-by-2 foot box culvert going across the road. As I said, the 48-inch pipe is roughly 3 times the size of that discharge going underneath 126, and that's what causes the problems. And we're hoping that those will be addressed by a bigger culvert in the near future. But as we've modeled this, we have eliminated to a great extent most of the drainage issues up to perhaps the 50-year storm. Questions,
There's
comments?
no electrical or lights or anything on that building?
They're gonna have electric in it, yes, and lights, yes, that's all. But that'll be a drop from the building that's there, same meter. Similar to the other one.
So it looks like along Nickerson Road, this is just, the entire side of this is a curb cut for access, is that true?
No, it's got a berm along there and fence. There's the access.
Okay.
Does that come through clearly on the?
So, but you're not changing where the access from Pond Street or Nickerson is?
There is no change whatsoever to anything on the site other than locating the building in the back and the drainage.
Yeah, if you were building this from scratch, I would ask you to put all the access from Nickerson, but you're not, so I don't think that's a reasonable request.
So, so there's a stream that runs under 126 and connects at this property, right? That's the drainage that we're talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
So that's the culvert. There's
Yeah.
some others in the street that discharge at a head wall there, and then there's some here that we don't know where they go. But basically, the big problem is this 48-inch pipe, which was put in by the town to address issues up here.
Yeah.
And it connects into a very small conveyance that's got a lot of friction resistance. So what happens is this manhole and this manhole here are very, very deep. But water has indicated that it comes up to just below the surface of the manhole cover. And certainly, it's been reported to us by the owner that on certain very, very heavy rainfall events, it floods up and floods into the backyard. So we've corrected the internal piping. Some of it was manholes that were underground with a wooden beam covers. It was kind of bad, so we fixed that, or we're proposing to fix that.
Any other comments from the board?
So, I guess I got a couple of comments. I'm always in favor of certainly people making something better. This is one of those cases. Is there any impact of the 126 DOT project? Will they be bringing through there? I struggle with the size of the curb cut currently. I believe it's just one giant curb cut into that property line. Is that correct? And I don't know how it's gonna look in the future.
From there to there.
Is that green space that you show on that colored map, is that the white fence that's on the black and white that's currently there? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the curb cut is right there, and then there's another one there.
So I guess, is there any proposed changes to the Mass DOT plan that we should be considering now that we have it in front of us as a planning board? That's my first, I guess, question. And I don't know what those look like. My second question here, and you talk about the water, I'm just curious, is that the same issue we ran into at 60 Pleasant Street recently? About the water table being too high and not properly draining, or is it a different issue when they were looking at a proposed expansion of their property?
I think this is different.
Sounds to me like this is there's a 48-inch pipe going into a 2-foot box culvert, and it just can't handle the flow.
Can't handle the flow.
And I think from what he was saying, that might be addressed when that project goes through. That culvert might be addressed, and the drainage issues might be addressed. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
we're hoping that the DOT will put in a large culvert beneath that. We've been told by DPW that they will, and they'll take care of all the drainage at that particular location. As I indicated, there are some catch basins that we don't know where the water flows, even though we had DPW open manholes for us about a year ago, maybe March.
Did they do any ink test or anything, or dye test?
No, we didn't do it. We just couldn't find where they were coming out on the slope downhill. The manhole on our property that ties into the 2x2 box culvert is 9 feet deep. So the water rises up 9 feet. The 2x2 culvert goes out about 9 feet underground. It's very deep. So that's the problem. MDOT should correct that. We've been told by DPW that it will be, and not to worry about all the extraneous drainage issues, which seem to go across the street and don't impact us. So catch basins on Nickerson Road go in a direction to the east, but we don't know where they come out. We can't find them daylighting in the berm on the side, and there's about a 10-foot fill there. They're there. They don't take a lot of water, so they just bleed.
You're not in agreement? Does that make sense? Is it?
No, that makes sense, yeah.
You're a
no.
water expert.
No, well, I don't know. That makes sense, though. It does make sense.
We're sand and gravel in that area underlying, so we can get the roof into the ground. So we've improved the conditions. We've removed some impervious, but basically by creating some vegetation for the wetland, invasive removal and things of that. So it's an improvement. And the problem is,
Project, again, I haven't seen the plans in a couple of years now. I thought the proposed sidewalk and bike lane was on that side of 126. Do you know if it was? Have you seen them going through
I've
this
been
section?
dealing with them at another location, and I don't recall. I've looked at those plans a lot, but I don't recall where the sidewalk is. I don't recall.
I mean, to me, it would just make sense to certainly incorporate the DOT proposed plan, because I know there's 75% plans, I think, out there or something like that.
No, we're working on 75.
We're working on 75 into anything that may be.
Well, there's plenty of room along the front for whatever they're gonna do and take. It doesn't affect what we're proposing, and it won't affect our
No, it doesn't seem
ability to have trailer trucks or customers in front of the building.
I was thinking more of the fact that you're paved up, right up to 126, and, you know, is there an opportunity to really define where the egress should be, and is there an opportunity to define where the green space would be when they do finally put a sidewalk in and things like that?
But they'll do that on that plan, MDOT will.
They'll do it up to a certain point, right? And then
Or they'll take an easement. Yeah, they'll have takings and easement takings and construction easement takings for the construction of it. So it really doesn't affect us, and the building being in the back with literally no utilities and our drainage being improved within the site leaves them with a clean slate to do whatever they're gonna do on the highway.
And this is going away, and a new one will be back there.
They're on the other side of the road. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that's the side I thought they were.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that was 126.
No.
That's 126. Yeah, let's see how this is all thing.
Yeah,
So that's what I was.
yeah. But they're not changing anything there, so I don't know to what extent that's in our purview. Any other board concerns? Any concerns from the public on this?
Yeah, Steve Morgan, I just had a question. Where are these plans published? Are these on the website?
Yeah, they're on the, not on Co-Urbanize, on the website.
So they're located in,
On the right-hand side, under projects.
okay.
So planning, and then left-hand side.
Okay.
under
And
projects.
a question, is this considered an accessory building?
Yes,
Under
it
the-
says,
under the
it
zoning?
says on the plan, proposed accessory building.
So in that district, that's the special 126 district, correct?
I think that's an overlay. Are they applying under So I believe they could also apply, actually Nickerson is industrial. Could you clarify what? CH?
Yeah.
Commercial
Okay.
highway.
Commercial highway,
Further down
but isn't that
Nickerson is
also part of the special design district,
I
As
mean,
far-
design review district, 126th district?
the mixed use
Yes,
overlay.
but that's an overlay, so they don't have to apply under that.
So in terms of the side setback, what's the side setback requirement? The reason I ask is, I haven't seen the plans, but it looked like it was a non-conforming structure that's being rebuilt. But it doesn't appear to be by right, it's not a home. I'm just curious what the analysis of that is. I'll take another look, when I get the plan, but does anybody perhaps have a comment on that? As to what the actual, whether that building is existing conforming or whether it's non-conforming? Because if it's non-conforming, you don't have a right to rebuild it, right?
They're building an accessory building in a different location.
Isn't it, we're right, but it's the same, right? Isn't it, you're removing an accessory building, right?
Yes, so they're removing an accessory building that was on the side and putting a new one in on the back.
Right, it looks like it's in that back left corner,
Yeah,
right?
so it would be, but you're correct, it is near the lot line, which would abut the Ashland Auto Sales, at least according to the map I'm looking at here.
12 feet.
So, yeah, it says 12 feet
12-foot setback.
is.
Okay, and then that's in that district? Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, side yard setback, yeah, it's on there's a dotted line on the plan that shows what, that they're just past that, they got an extra foot or two.
Right, so this existing building obviously is in a non-conforming location.
What's the age of that building?
Right, which is now.
What's the age of the existing building? Like, I get it, it looks
1,000
ancient.
years, 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It's old, it's been there a long time. Old plans, used in the sixties show there was structure. It was actually on a separate lot. Mr. Pelletier has acquired, I think, 3 parcels as one.
To create that parcel that we're now looking at?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, okay.
So is this shed also an accessory building? Or is that coming off?
Depends on the square footage. I think,
Yeah, this must be an old plan I saw on the website. This came up in October, maybe on something else?
Yeah, it was probably
in that
posted in
district,
October.
what's the rules for accessory?
This looks better than the other plan, but looks like the other one was just an old file.
Yeah, that shed is, it's an existing shed, there's no change to it, though.
So it's too small to be considered an accessory building?
I know in residential zones, if it's under a certain square footage, it's not considered an accessory building. I think 100,
Yeah,
but again, that's
because
in
you
a
limit
residential
accessory
zone.
use, right?
This is not a, so,
That's probably that or more.
but it's existing.
Yeah.
There's no plan change to that shed, right?
Not
The
unless
small
the
shed.
building inspector orders it removed, and that's not part of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, I mean, you're limited to, is it one accessory use here?
I don't think the shed would be an accessory use.
Okay, so it's too
But
small?
that's not a technical level.
So it's too small to be considered an accessory building in an industrial district?
Shed, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know definitively.
I have no idea the size of that shed.
Well, I kinda have a little
Yeah,
idea,
it-
cause I was
you know, it looks like
asking,
a-
inquiring about sheds.
Looks like an 8 by 10
Recently.
from the plan.
Okay.
I couldn't even,
And you said
there's
it was
enough
under
other just
120
random
was
stuff stored there that I couldn't even pick it out on the satellite photo, so.
Over 120 is accessory building.
I don't, do we need to look up
I don't think so.
I think we're okay.
So the setback is okay?
The setback is okay on the new building.
So it's,
New building
is it 10 feet and it's 12?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
all
on
right.
the shed would be
So,
within the setback.
so this isn't considered like a rear, this is considered a side against the road? I guess it's now against the road?
Nope, it's rear,
Right, it's two sides.
two sides, so
So-
side right.
So
I think
for
it's
I, which, this is industrial, right?
32, right? So it's 32 actually over here.
See,
Right.
commercial highway.
So for CH,
32 and 12.
10 feet side yard.
side yard is 10 feet.
Backyard, rear yard's 30 feet.
Rear yard's 30 feet.
So is this the rear over here?
Rear or side,
No,
I guess, that's
that's
the question.
front. Two fronts and two sides,
Where's the rear?
because we have two fronts. So
They front on two different
Because
streets.
it's a corner.
Okay, so because there's a frontage on Nickerson and a frontage on Pond,
No
these are,
rear.
these are both sides,
Correct.
which according to CH qualify you for 10-foot setbacks.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. It's just a little different than normal. Thank you very much.
I believe there was reference to this earlier. Technically, being on 126, they're subject to design review. I don't see that would be a good use of the design review committee in this case. I don't,
Yeah, I never got a response back.
I've got a comment.
you wanna comment?
I do. So, having just seen this, page 2 of the application, applicant's offering to restore the wetlands and to remove any impervious surfaces, I'm assuming that's in the wetlands, and then to do revegetation with native plantings. So, if you're not gonna have a good site to design review, then at the very least, the following sorts of conditions ought to get put on this, which would include making sure there's somebody certified by the state to do the invasive plant removal, making sure that the site is monitored and there's a monitoring contract in place for invasives moving back in and the removal of them, and then for the success of the native plantings. So that would include what's their plan for watering them, because if they're not gonna water them, then the chances are high that the plantings won't succeed. So if we're actually doing a condition of this, and part of it includes restoring this little buffer, then it's our job in the town to make sure that the buffer's successful. And we wanna know what the ongoing plan is, and we want it in part of the condition, so we can go and enforce it when they're not taking care of it.
Has that been covered by the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, it should be covered by the Conservation Commission, because that's
It's
part of,
also part of what you
their
guys are doing, and
compliance.
you're about to say, don't take it over to design review, and I'm saying that if you're gonna do that, then as part of the plan that the planning board approves, it should also include some of this stuff, because basically, they're characterizing to the town that they're gonna restore this buffer, and I'm asking, as a townsperson, that you all ensure as part of your plan, what you sign off on and conditions, is that this gets done, and you have a conversation with the Conservation Commission, because maybe it's more appropriate for them to do it, but I'm tired of driving past places in town that are weedy, ugly patches that are not doing us any good to attract business in our town. And this is a great thing that they're trying to do here, but let's ensure its success, otherwise why are we even approving and saying that's good? We should just say, oh, you don't have to do it, take it off. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got about, someone makes a good follow-up here. I'm gonna ask the question. What's the steps from this night, what's gonna happen next on this?
We may approve it tonight. We may, if there are outstanding issues, we could continue it to another meeting.
Okay, now, if you do approve it, I know what it looks like. And I know that Nickerson Road is not exactly the best width, but I know when they do unloading the trucks park at the side of reliable fence up to the open fence back area. But my question would be, is it all gonna be all worked on in the frame? in the frame, this frame here, all this gonna be worked on in the frame, if it's approved. Because I know it's asphalt and there's a fence frame and everything's inside.
Do you have an answer? I'm not sure I understand the question.
The answer really lies here. There's some fencing that closes off, so you can't see in the back. He can extend the fence across here, so you can't see in the back.
Now,
He simply opens that up to put the material in the back.
right. Now, when it gets, this is gonna be torn down, the old, as you call it, dilapidated shack, to make a new one. There's gotta be some sort of machinery that's gonna go back there and pick up the pieces. Tearing it down, make the pile, and go back and forth.
As I said, there's a forklift that unloads the trucks when they come in the front and carries the
No.
material to the back.
No, okay, I'll ask the subject. The old building, they're gonna replace, the new one's coming in, right?
Yes.
When they take down that old building, that's they're gonna leave the pile of wood or whatever's there and put over the top and say, good luck stepping over.
No,
No, yeah.
they will clear the site.
Yeah, but how?
They'll haul it away.
With what?
Trucks?
They're gonna haul it away, right?
They'll crush it up with an excavator and load it into a dumpster or to a 100-yard trailer, depending on how big the building is.
And to enter, it's gotta be wide enough for that truck and machines to go back and forth and then turn to go back and forth. Okay, that answers that. Will the Alps with the tar frame be broken up and teared up and replaced?
The old building will be taken off the site. It'll be demolished and taken off the site because they'll want storage area for the materials.
Okay, now they gotta drive on the ground. Is that asphalt that's originally there, is that gonna be replaced or is it gonna stay?
They're gonna do some asphalt replacement because of the drainage that they're relocating.
And that's it, thank you.
Kate Jersick, 11 Rodman Road. I just want to respectfully request, if this was an oversight and it does need to go to design review, that we follow the process, because that's one of the things I do stand for. You've seen me here before. And I think that shortcutting that just is a bad precedent as a town, as a community. It's a bad precedent for that committee. It's like, meh, sometimes we need you, sometimes we don't. And if it was our oversight and not the applicant, if there's any way to make that a smoother process, I would 100% support that. I am in no way trying to put a monkey wrench, even though that request may be a slight monkey wrench. And I also, it sounds like, I really applaud someone that talks about building native plantings and stuff, and that's awesome. So, but I would strongly plead to have the process followed. Thank you.
In terms of the restoration area as a result of the invasive species in back there and the fact that we have to do some drainage work and we have to work within the 100-foot buffer, not that we're affecting anything, we're actually reducing the impervious by about 1,000 square feet. We need an order of conditions from conservation, and that included removing the invasives in that back pile. And we worked out a plan with native species acceptable to conservation. The order of conditions and the state requirements are that at the end of 2 years, 75% of those plants have to be surviving and viable. And we monitor that for a period of time. And that's the insurance that that particular system will work. The invasives actually grew up on a pile of material when they put in the drain line. By reducing that pile's height and grading down closer to the groundwater in that area, that will help ensure that the plants are in the area of a hydrologic regime to feed them as wetland native plants. So I would suggest that in terms of what conservation has said, and that's a statutory as well as a local bylaw thing, that we would be complying with that requirement.
I understand what was said about design review, but, you know, looking at this, I don't, you know, they're removing an accessory building that's visible from 126 and building something that's hidden by the existing building. I just don't see, you know, if they were touching the main building, if they were changing the parking lot or something and doing landscaping that's visible from the street, I would see that, but there's almost no impact to the Pond Street streetscape, which is really why we have design review for this. So in this case, I don't want to waste the committee's time or waste the applicant's time. And this is really a relatively small project as far as things that come before us. In fact, at this point, I don't see any reason not to approve this plan, is my view of this.
I agree.
I would like to put the conditions in regarding the maintenance of the plants, and as was addressed by an earlier speaker.
Echo the same conditions that conservation is requiring.
Yeah, I think it would be good to put that in.
But just echo what they have.
Right,
Because I don't know. Yeah, we don't want to conflict with theirs. 75% of the plants must
Still be alive after 2 years. And you can check with conservation agent to make sure we get the compatible wording in the decision.
Mike, in answer to your question about 126, that culvert in the 25% design is just being extended, it's not being replaced. And I don't know what's in store for 75%.
So an extension probably won't mitigate any water issues on the site.
No, they're extending it because they're widening the road a little bit, is really why they're extending it. Yeah, so I don't think from 25% design that there'll be any change for what's happening on site. From my layman's interpretation.
I don't know what Mass DOT knows about that particular culvert, but I do know that further down the road at other locations, we've made Mass DOT and the DPW aware of drainage issues
Correct.
on 126, and they are looking at addressing those issues with different piping systems. So I would say that, and it's typical that a 25% plan would simply say extend it out beyond the edge until they get to doing their hydraulics. And that may be at the point where they recognize that the pipe has to be either bigger or changed, or the town actively talk with them, because we have done that and got the support of some selectmen in that effort elsewhere on 126.
There's no further discussion. Should we approve this with the condition as stated? And then Sheila will come up with a decision for us to sign? Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It is now 10 o'clock, and did you verify that the doors are unlocked?
Yes, you know what, I'm gonna run down. They're supposed to stay unlocked till 11, and I've unlocked the key, so I'll verify at 11.
Okay.
You gotta take a vote to go past 10.
That is actually not in our rules. Some committees have that as part of their rules. Much as I would like to go home, We do not have that rule for the planning board. So our next item is 128 Main Street. And since it's now 8 o'clock-ish, plus 2 hours, sorry for the delay.
No problem.
Well, no problem for you, you're on the clock.
All right, Phil Jack for the applicant. Terry is passing out.
I'll pass them down if you want.
the same plan, it's just colored.
Right.
Okay.
All right, well, so while these guys set up, does everyone have a plan? I know it's late, but this shouldn't take too long. I think we've addressed, I believe, everything that was brought up last meeting, so I'll just run through it quickly. Spaces 9 and 10 have been rotated 90 degrees as requested. In the back of the lot where the snow storage is, trees have been added, plus bollards have, those have been installed as well to protect the wall. Heated pavers have been removed. City Hall pavers, and that's depicted by the red up by the front, have been added to delineate where the sidewalk passes over the driveway. There's also those same pavers are now, if you can see it, are under the overhang as well, just to give it a little more flair. 2 handicap spaces as required, number 1 and 2. Number 2 is van accessible, and they were moved closer to the ADA apartment as requested. The walkway now extends all the way through the property. And the bike rack is now shown at the end of the walkway to the rear of the property. Carlos, my client met with Doug Small at DPW to review the snow storage and removal plan. He has approved it, and per his recommendation, he thought we could get a little more snow storage, and you'll see it's sort of shaded there at the very back. Doug thought we could get a little more snow storage in there as well, so we've added that. I believe, did I forget anything there? I think that's all the changes on the plan. Any questions on any of those?
There are 2 things that come to mind.
Yep.
You removed the heated pavers, which I thought was a cool thing, though we didn't have much experience with it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious as to why. And the other is with 15 units of residential and only 15 non-handicapped parking spaces, how do you how do you propose using one of those spaces as extended snow storage? What do you do for the residents?
Well, so right now, we've got space 1, it's a handicap space, but dedicated to that first unit. So whether the eventual tenant is handicapped or not, that's gonna be their space.
I don't know, is that actually allowed
That's what,
by,
Terry, do you want?
because that would mean that whoever's in that unit, if they don't have a handicap placard, you would have to remove any handicap restrictions on that space, and I don't know that that's allowed by the building code.
I think
Or
we-
the,
That's what we talked about, the signage was coming on that.
Right, do you wanna come up and address that?
if that works by code, I'm fine, but if
Sure.
that
Yeah.
doesn't.
And I'll double check that, but to my knowledge, what we can do on this one is that's going to be designated handicap spot, designated for unit 1. If they are handicapped people that are in there, that's great, and they have the placard, they're all set. But it can also be used as a non-handicap spot if the ADA apartment does have somebody that does not require
doesn't have the handicap spot, maybe their handicap doesn't require they can still drive, maybe they're high-functioning Asperger's or something like that, I don't know. But they can still use that one space that's dedicated to that ADA apartment.
But, so my concern is though, if the code requirements say that you need to have 2 spots marked as handicapped, I'm not clear on how that works. If you get into that situation, I'm not sure if you're allowed to take away, even
Okay.
temporarily, while that resident is there, the
Okay.
handicap designated. That needs to be clarified from a code standpoint.
Okay.
I don't know the rules. I like the idea of being able to do it, but I don't think it meets the rules.
Okay, we'll double check that certainly, and if it comes down to it, and that the ADA apartment has to have somebody who has that placard using that thing, then so be it.
Okay.
Right. So the owner would have to limit it, if need be, to a tenant who needs the placard.
Would that be legal under fair housing laws to add that restriction?
Mr. Tassoni indicates yes, and I'm gonna take his word. No,
I-
we'll verify
okay.
that. We'll verify that.
Yeah, okay, because I've seen a few heads around the room nodding and shaking in different directions, so you will need to check that.
Just out of Mass Architectural Access Board, which is going to govern.
Who are you for reference?
Architect Dennis Caldwell.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So Mass Architectural Access Board, parking requirement within a lot is within 15 to 25 spots. You're required 1 minimum accessible spot. So the second one is technically superfluous, but like we said, we can kind of use it with or without the signage, so we can kind of change that.
Well, you could make that a reserved spot for that apartment or something.
Could be reserved unit 1,
Only
but it
that
happens to
person.
be accessible as well, so
Yes.
it meets that. But as far as requirements go by Mass State Code, which is MAB 521, section 23.2.1, your number of parking spots required is 1, based upon our number of lots or spots.
Assuming that's not missing something, that simplifies things greatly.
Because you could just assign that to apartment.
Sorry?
You could just assign that to that
Yeah,
apartment.
technically,
and it would be-
we have the van accessible one, and then we have an additional one that's 4-unit 1 that's hopefully,
Which I think that then addresses the, using spot 7, my eyes are terrible, 17 if needed for snow
It does.
storage. Yeah,
It does.
right.
Assuming that the assertions prove correct on.
Which we
on
will
more
double,
detailed
triple check, but
analysis. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Dennis got it right there in front of him,
Yeah.
right?
so as long as,
And if I might, real quick, we know that, in a major storm event, that snow is going to have to be removed from this site. There's just not a ton of room. And we're not expecting that 17 is going to be piled up with snow from December to March. It's the sort of thing, they'll put it there to get the place cleaned out, then they'll come back in and remove the snow out of lot 17, so it's a viable space after that.
How does that work if you have full occupancy and somebody has a right to the space? I mean, what do you do then? I mean, you want full occupancy, right?
Full occupancy, that's an extra space.
Yeah, they
We
only
have,
need 16 plus.
number one is going to the ADA, then we need 14 more. Number 2 is the handicap, so that leaves us with 15 spaces and only need 14 for the available units.
So I believe,
Ma-
sorry, go ahead.
But the math on the sheet here, 15 units, 2 spaces each, 30 spaces, 2,000 square feet of commercial, divided by 180, 11 spaces, 30 plus 11 is 41, times the factor is 16.87 spaces required. That's 17 spaces, right?
Officially, but when we had talked, we had sort of decided that you guys, the board was okay with 1 per unit.
Last meeting, we decided we were not doing retail parking on this one.
I agree, and, well, I recall in the commercial, yeah, taking that out of the equation.
Right. So based on the prior meeting, I believe this meets.
And I wasn't here for that prior meeting.
Okay.
Did you guys agree to that?
that is consistent with our discussions. And for reference, you will need to watch a video and sign an affidavit to the effect that you're caught up before you can vote on this. Just
Missing one meeting out of a
Miss-
sequence of 4?
Missing one meeting Yes, that if you've missed more than one meeting, then you can't vote on it.
Okay.
So that's
So I
the
can't
general.
vote? Right, can.
You can,
Okay.
you just have to watch
Watch
the
it,
video.
it's fine, yeah, no,
Yeah.
understood.
Legally, you can read the minutes and that counts, but it's better if you watch the video.
So I wanna just ask a follow-up question about the parking.
Yeah.
We talked last time, about using the back space as storage as well for snow. And the idea of having to relocate the vehicles between spots 13 and 16 to actually plow this lot. There was a point of discussion last meeting that we would ask them to move, and I guess, I still see it on the plan, so I doubt that physically changed, is it?
Right, that's the case, and I mean, we're fortunate that we have some of our spaces that are covered, but if we were in a situation where all the spaces were uncovered, they'd still have to move vehicles in order to plow the lot.
Agreed, but before, the idea was that you were gonna push snow into those spots. So you would have to get them,
Over the.
if somebody else is, if they have parking spots, they plow around them, right? They're not using the same area that cars are parked to have to get behind those cars to store their snow.
You're
Right,
talking,
you're
talking
using
about
it-
having to go through those spots in order to get the snow storage area?
Correct.
Yes, they would have, if residents are
Correct.
there, they are gonna have them move.
Right, so I struggle with that piece. I think it's an unacceptable answer to say during a snowstorm, you're not gonna be able to park in your lot, you're gonna go find public parking, which we're also trying to clear out the lots, right? They're gonna end up in town hall or something like that where we can't plow
Right.
town hall.
And so,
So-
which is why we went and talked to Doug Small about it, you know, and ran it by him, and he was comfortable with the plan.
Okay, I'm not,
But,
But-
you have like a wake-up call for the residents, like, gotta move your car, like, what is that, you know?
I can only speak for, I've never been in a situation that myself, I have somebody who works for me who lives in a condo over in Southborough, and that's a situation where they are required at a certain time to go out and move their vehicles so that they can plow in between them. And it's certainly, plowing in between the vehicles is something that the tenants want to have done. So moving their car is the only way that could possibly be done. So what time of day do they come in? I don't know. They might come in and plow the access ways first, and then come back and just say, you know, maybe part of the rules of living in this place is that at 9 o'clock and at 11 o'clock after a snowstorm, we're gonna be here. We expect you to move your vehicles so that we can
You go on the
move them out,
rental
yeah.
agreement or whatever.
Yeah.
Still the intention, these would be rentals, correct?
I'm sorry?
Still the intention that these are rental units?
Correct.
I guess my point is, I'm struggling that we're counting that as viable snow storage space when you have to physically get people to move in order to store snow there. That's,
But we have to get them to move to plow between their spaces too. It's very common in residential.
not on any
areas.
site plans we've seen typically, but, it may be common practice, I don't know. I guess any questions, is it common, you guys? I know, people certainly move out of their spaces so you can finish the entire lot, but that's
Right.
usually after kind of snowstorm is slowed down or when they leave. You're not going and doing a roll call on people to leave their homes during a snowstorm in order to plow the lot.
Right, but typically speaking, on a lot of small lots like this, the snowplow guys are out doing driveways and this or that. They usually will come to these things towards the end of the snow, so they only have to plow once, unless we have a major snowstorm. In which case, yes, they are gonna have to get the people. But if you're talking a snowstorm of a few inches here or there, they're gonna let that go until the snowstorm stops, come in, people will leave, and they'll move them out.
So logistically, this is a difficult site as far as plowing it conventionally, like someone with a, you know, power angle plow, and just, you really have, your best case scenario would be, which isn't feasible, push the snow where the dumpster is and then load it out later. But probably what you'll end up having to do, not that this really is even, you know, well, I guess it is, but you'll have to use a bucket as opposed to a plow and move it to this corner spot and then load it out. That's what you're gonna end up having to do, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Like a Bobcat or something, without a plow.
The applicant has that equipment personally owned, and, you know, if we had to, well, we could find a spot for a small bobcat if they had to use it somewhere to keep on site.
And what happened to the heated pavers?
If you want to address that. I mean, Doug Small didn't think, A, he wasn't comfortable with them either, and B, he didn't think they were necessary. Accurate? Yep.
Yeah, as far as I see with the heated pavers, it's an economic calculation on your part as to the cost of plowing versus, you know, how much it would save you on that, and versus the cost of the system. So I can see that
Well,
happening.
they're definitely not cheap, but.
No.
Right.
So I'm not surprised to see that falling out.
Was there ever any, further resolution on the windows on the side for the
We
fire?
had that at our last meeting.
There was.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
missed
you
that.
also need to watch that.
Okay.
And,
The building's been moved back and
Okay.
it's been addressed.
Yeah.
All right. That's the one I missed.
The fenestration
I
percentage.
gotta watch the
is-
That's
video.
right.
Sign the affidavit.
I gotta just get it out there. I mean, this design, right? I'm just, like, I like the architecture of this. I think this is a nice looking building. I think that this project can significantly enhance a site in town that's, you know, a little run down and not adding a lot to overall downtown. So, you know, I'm a fan, but I have received a lot of public feedback from folks about, you know, the visual effects on this in downtown and the overall, generally size, just the size of this project. So, I just, you know, in the earlier meetings, originally, this wasn't cantilevered and the front of the building was right up to the edge of that sidewalk. And I just, seeing this optical and I just, I'm still struggling with where this is in proximity to the curb, you know, and I don't know.
And also, one of the, downtown plan options is to widen the street.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about,
That was factored in, I believe,
Right.
though.
yeah.
We added 2 more
2
feet for
feet.
that.
Okay.
Right.
Now, is that what the town was looking for?
Mhm.
Okay, so.
Or street.
Yeah. So if I'm following this correctly, the issue for us tonight is, does this basically work? And should you go ahead with the full engineering of everything at this point
And stormwater
and
at
then we can do the
Concom, right,
stormwater
right.
and all the peer review
And then the
and
peer review,
technical-
exactly.
detailed technical analysis.
Right.
That's the question. Are we ready to make that determination?
You know,
Well, both of us are missing one, I guess we can't vote on it,
You
right?
just can't vote, you can discuss, and
Well,
this isn't a real.
This isn't a formal vote, so.
Oh, okay.
So,
Right.
yeah, but, no, in order to
We're just
vote on
gonna
the final
advise them to-
plan, you have to catch up.
Yeah.
And legally, you can do that by reading the minutes. It's much better if you actually
Yeah.
watch the video.
Okay.
So I guess I'll give my opinion. I kind of voiced most of it last time. I think instead of getting caught in the details, which is the second half of this plan, right, we're kind of looking at the big picture items. I kind of had those as like the fit, the footprint, and the safety of the site. I think, to Joe's point, I think that I really like the architecture. I like the building itself. I don't love the scalability of it right on where it sits compared to kind of blocking the church and some of the other lines of sight.
Yeah.
I think there's a way to make it more cohesive with our downtown. I don't love the parking design. I think we've come a long way on the parking design, so I like it a lot. But we've already made reductions, I'm all for personally waiving the commercial parking requirement, reducing it from 1.1, to a 1 factor. So we're making parking exceptions already to kind of make this a viable site to build on. But the idea of making those parking exceptions is to make sure the parking lot is very functionable and it meets all the needs of both snow removal, garbage, access, tenant use, right? So the fact that I'm still struggling to kind of put all those things together, so from that standpoint, that's that comment. I think the design and the style are certainly appropriate within the spirit of form-based coding. I said that last time. I think this is kind of the direction we want to go with form-based coding, at least from what the town has said previously. Priority for each of us, each apartment, safety, we said that already. I don't want to reiterate anything. The stone wall we kind of mentioned last time about the snow storage being on there. I don't love the idea of piling salty snow on top of a stone wall time over time. I know we put the trees in, which makes it a little better. The trees also.
Actually added bollards, right? Did you add
Yeah,
bollards?
both.
Yes, it
Right.
added some bollards, so that's not gonna stop snow and ice, but if that's what they're using, snow
It's gonna
storage.
stop them from pushing.
We
it.
won't hit
Yeah.
right.
It won't push,
It stops the force.
stops the
It
force.
helps break
Stops
the force.
Not, right,
Protect
not,
the wall.
agreed. The thing I keep coming to is that it just feels like it's too many units on this one site. And I know that it's an economic thing. Personally, I'm willing to say, you ended up reducing some of the unit sizes from 2 bedrooms to 1. I think you reduced 4 units or something like that. If you liked 2 bedrooms and that's where the market was at, I'd be fine with increasing back to 2 bedrooms to kind of make up some of those differences. I had written down to get rid of the heated pavers if it was an economical issue. I didn't think they were a requirement. I'd even be able to budge a little bit on the commercial space, if it made sense to reduce commercial space again to kind of get the right mix. But trying to force 15 units in here, to me, and keeping the building the same size as it is, that close to the front of the street, personally just feels too big to me. And I haven't really budged off of that. I like the project. I want to see this project go forward. I would love to try and make it just feel smaller, not so overwhelming on top of the street with 0 green space and all these parking issues that we're trying to find solutions to instead of saying this just works. We're like going at a road going, well, you could end up snow plowing it this way and you could end up kind of doing this with parking and you can, like, it just means like we're trying to do a lot of things to make it work instead of it just working for me. That's just my gut right now. So I'm not saying you have to cut it by 2 full apartments. I'm certainly saying you can go up in size back to your original plans of apartments, adjust some commercial space, but overall maybe, take it back a couple more feet, maybe it frees up a couple more parking spots. You don't even have to worry about snow storage in the back. Now you can truly push snow, or maybe you can move your dumpster to the other side that it can have access to it. I think it just opens up more opportunity for the site to be viable. That's kind of where I am, Preston.
So I guess the only thing I'd like to, on the scale of the project and the number of the units, definitely for sure it has an economic effect on the project, obviously, right? But I don't know if any of you had a chance to, on Tuesday, do the urban, the Urban Land Institute study that was going on. And the first thing that they mentioned was we need basically to have more people downtown. If we're gonna have a viable economic downtown, we need more people living down there. And so, yes, for this project and for my client, it makes more sense economic, but I think for downtown, this is what we need, and so I'm hesitant from that perspective to cut back anymore.
So I'm full, I've read that.
Yep.
And I'm all about growth in downtown. I'm one of the people that said we need more dense growth in the downtown. I think it needs to be responsible growth, and I think it has to be growth that makes sense. And I think right now, you have a 3-family home on this lot, and you're going up to 15, right? You've already put 400% more people there. That's an increase, right? So to say it needed to be 500% because of a study that came out that said we needed more density, I think it meets the density requirement where we're trying to add people. So in the spirit of it, I think this is more dense housing.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
There's also, not that it played into it, right? We haven't gotten into the traffic study. It just creates more trips in and out of the site. We've talked about kind of the line of sight with the site and it being a tougher site. Not that that is my reasoning. My reasoning is more of the scalability of the site, kind of seeing it so close to the curb, knowing that we're making all these exceptions to try and fit it in. To me, it just feels right. If the rest of the board disagrees, I won't go back to 13 again, right? If it moves forward from there, we'll start up from there and talk about the project as a whole and measure it on its merits. But that's kind of where I keep going back to, that a lot of these issues that we keep kicking around and keep saying try and resolve would just be resolved if we weren't trying to cram so much in there.
I want to disagree with you on one point.
Sure.
The commercial space, I want to keep at 2,000 square feet. I feel that cutting that down really takes away from the potential for what can be done downtown. Long-term, I think that, you know, I know it's hard to rent that right now, but long-term, that's going to be very valuable to our downtown. And as to the number of units, I don't have a problem with the building size as it is now. With the parking, essentially, effectively, parking space 17 is employee parking for the commercial. Would be how I'd expect to see that used. I agree with the idea of saying, let's go from 15 units to 13 units, maybe make those a little bigger, you know, 2 bedrooms instead of 1 bedroom, so that you don't necessarily, not necessarily reducing the size of the building, but you could, that makes the parking a lot less complicated, it makes the snow handling a lot less complicated. It does have some traffic improvements. I would like that. I don't know that I'm hard, solid, it's gotta be done, but I like the sound of it. That's where I am.
Yeah, the other, I'm sorry, I know you guys want to jump in. The other, you know, thing I was thinking, and I don't know, you know, depending on what kind of commercial we're looking at this site, and I've heard a lot of things kind of lending themselves to office space or professional space of sorts. You see a lot of downtowns using, you know, the roadside second floor apartment or something like that into office space as well. So there's a way to increase office space without just saying using the first floor that may make engineering the project a little easier to add the appropriate units. That's just something else that was kind of, you know, in my mind, but to add that, because I believe the commercial space is valuable, I agree with that. And maybe that would create itself if downtown was vibrant, maybe somebody would put that in there anyway.
I think the problem is that residential space rents at a higher square foot rate than office space. So the second floor, they want residential. I understand that.
Right.
You know, in terms of the safety and the flow of traffic, I mean, I think the way Terry now, with your input, has laid these spaces out and the width of the lanes, I don't really think there's any maneuverability problems anymore on the lot. I think that's been addressed.
It's certainly better. I said, I gave you guys credit. You did a lot of work on the parking and safety.
From a rules perspective, the 24 feet from space, between space 10 and space 15 as measured there,
Mm-hmm.
is there any ability for that to be less than 24 feet?
24 feet, if you were in a shopping mall or something, 24 feet is your typical aisle
Yeah.
width for comfortable backing out and
Yep.
such.
Yeah.
I mean, you could make it a little bit less if you wanted to. If everyone moved in here with big SUVs, it might be a little tight for them to move in and out. The legal requirement's typically whatever the town's going to allow. But I wouldn't want to see that go any less than 20 feet. At the most. And again, that's mostly because you don't want people backing into each other trying to get out of the spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
It's
disagree that it feels more comfortable, but
It's
for
good to know.
yeah, but for me, again, my biggest hangup is frontage and optics. You know, again, I'm looking at this 3D rendering of downtown as it exists right now. It's Google Maps. So I'm just picturing this property here, you know, much closer to that curb and just what it, there's great symmetry now with this other property and relative to the church. And again, I was willing to, I hear your feelings on the commercial space, Preston. I certainly see both sides of that. I was, willing to potentially, based on some of the tap feedback, I was willing to kind of be flexible potentially on the commercial, but for me, I'm hung up on the setback. The current setback of that house is 20 feet. Right now we're 12, 6 for the sidewalk and 6 for the cantilever. So,
If I might, real quick on that.
yeah.
Obviously, these regulations were put in because you want to increase density downtown, and you said, okay, there can be a zero offset. This is the first one downtown that's going to come in at zero offset, so certainly you're going to say, oh, hey, wait, it doesn't match anything else. So if you push this back, then the next people come in and say, well, you want a zero offset, you say, well, you're kind of fighting against the regulations that you created to do this. So yes, you may say, well, it's right on top of downtown, but ultimately, the bylaws that were put in here is so that this is going to end up looking this way up and down.
But if you look at the whole other side of the street, I don't know what the offsets are, but I would imagine it's 12 or less as far as,
Town halls.
yeah, where like Lunkers is and,
Lunkers is tight, definitely. Yeah, it's just,
and,
it's probably
like,
less than
whatever,
6 feet.
whatever,
Yeah.
The new
Nick's
one.
Pizza and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, even the new building that went in on
21.
I would
21
say
Main
probably
Street
10
was
feet,
probably-
if I had to guess.
Under 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other issue,
Public market or whatever it is now.
Church is probably not gonna
as
change,
to the
but
commercial space, one of the reasons I'm arguing for keeping it 2,000 is I don't see reducing it actually helps
Help
any of the
anything.
rest of the plan.
Yeah.
No, I like the flexibility long term. I'm with you. Like, I'm with you. Trust
Then
me.
you lose,
I
then
bump
you,
back and forth on that.
then you lose the spirit
So-
of the mixed use,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is what we're trying to create.
Maybe initially it's professionals, but maybe longer term, it's if things go the way they're moving, maybe.
I would like to see someone do something creative if they're having trouble renting it and take a corner spot approach and say it's for pop-up businesses with, on a monthly basis or even shorter term. I mean, that would be a great way of getting people in there and just using the space on a short term until it becomes viable for something.
Yeah. So the last comment,
So I don't
and
really
I'll stop, but, think about the town meetings on, redesigning downtown, sidewalks, and lanes and everything that we talk about wanting to do. And a lot of the stuff that people looked at is sidewalks that have some vegetation there between the curb and, there's a lot of different stuff being talked about. We don't know what that's gonna be, it's undefined. So I understand like the bylaws pushed us to the zero setback, cause that's what we wanna get to, but I do think there's this other process that's ongoing where, we're looking at what the sidewalks look like, and it's, so that's where a little bit where I'm coming from.
And you have to consider too, church is probably never gonna move.
No.
And
the
that
church-
building next to the
church is
church
not gonna
is some kind of store, they're talking about taking the garage down, but they're gonna leave the building. We
What
just
number
did
is
this
that?
walk through the next one,
The
so
house
those
on the
are
other side
always
of the
gonna
church.
be
I know the one.
set way
yellow.
back, so like the whole line on that side of the street's not gonna move up, but it may around the
Yeah.
corner with the bank and stuff, it may start there and go around the corner.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're looking at.
There's 2 feet to the pillars after the sidewalk, is that what it is? You got the
Correct.
sidewalk and then 2 more feet and then the pillars start, and that's the 2 feet you're giving?
Right.
So you'd maintain the current sidewalk width, and then
Plus two.
So you have a little room to play with.
Plus the overhang. I mean, obviously you can walk under the
Yeah.
overhang, which in inclement weather, most people would probably do.
So I think the overhang's the part that makes it feel like it's on top of you still, and I think it takes a little getting used to. Like I said, if the board's comfortable with that setback, I could live with the size of the building. It was more for me was the overall flow and safety. I'd like to see it a little smaller. But
I like the building, and I like the design. I like what it can potentially do for our downtown. I think there are some logistical problems with parking, not insurmountable ones.
What exactly are you talking about with parking, so I know how to change it to be?
Logistical, more with this, with weather. snow, with snow. That'll be your biggest problem. Otherwise, I think the lot works. It's just a little tricky with snow. You're gonna have to remove the snow every time it snows, pretty much.
And that's just something that the owner's gonna have to do. Your tenants aren't gonna put up with.
Yeah, I mean,
Not-
that'll police itself. I
Right,
mean,
it's gonna have to.
It won't be a viable parking lot for your
Right.
tenants if you don't
That's right.
remove the snow. It'll have to be pretty much removed every storm.
Yeah.
Unless it's a dusting. I mean, you might be able to put it in the corner, but
And we knew that from right at the beginning, when we first started this with a much larger project. We knew that that was probably gonna be the case on this site.
So, one of those 2 handicap spaces is for the commercial, right?
No, it's for the handicap
The
apartment.
van accessible is for anybody who needs a handicap spot,
Okay.
they can park there.
The other one is for that apartment, handicap apartment.
Yeah, so I'm just checking boxes. Is there any requirement for handicap on the commercial? So like, sounds like we're dealing with the residential. Is there a requirement for handicap on the commercial?
That's what that.
One
that's the
is-
van
one is-
spot.
That meets that
Number
The
2
van.
satisfies
Van
that.
spot would
Right.
satisfy that. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
But, yeah, they're gonna have to double check the regulations and make sure that they really got it right on that. None of us are experts on that.
Is there any issue with slope on the side of the church?
On the side of the church? Yeah, there's a little, it rises up on the street side of the set of stairs and the walkway that we showed, which is in purple on your
Concrete
map
walk.
there. It slopes up a little bit, maybe a couple of feet from where the lot line is up towards the church there. It's flatter on the side away from the walkway towards the cemetery back there, where the vehicles go through.
what are you concerned about? Water problems or?
Yeah,
Can we go that-
retaining wall, if anything was required, just curious, I just saw the grade of it out there. Didn't know if they had a plan for it.
Just a nitpick going forward, it shows a bike rack. I would think, as a resident, if I wanted to have a bike there, just having the bike locked to a rack, I would not consider adequate. I would want it to actually be walled in, whether it's a chain-linked, bike cage,
Oh, okay.
or an actual room where the residents have a key to it, and I think that would feel a lot more secure and encourage people to use it more.
Okay.
Just something to think about.
It's a covered space though, Preston.
Yeah, it's covered, but it's not.
Still outdoors, it feels like
Yeah,
it's
still
out
has,
in the public.
you still have to worry, somebody can come by and, people know how to break bike locks,
Yeah,
and then your bike's stolen, and
be
It-
hesitating to
if
put it
you,
out there.
if you had something whereas
So bike
people
parking.
couldn't physically touch your bike if they weren't a resident, that would, it'd feel like you're really protecting it more.
I just worry about the optics of a cage. It doesn't.
Well, they can
Yeah,
build
but
it in, they
it's
can
still
build
tucked
it,
in where,
Yeah.
nobody's,
could
for the
build
most
it in
part,
under
people
those
see it.
stairs
Probably build it
somehow,
on
or,
the stairwell.
Yeah. Whether it's a cage or a wall, whatever. They can decide what works, but it's not really
Something to
germane
think
to the
about,
topic tonight
but
of
it's
whether or
something to
not they're
think
going
about
ahead
while they're
with this.
going forward. Integrate that.
Um, Should I ask for any additional public opinion on this at this point? It's late, but if
Very
somebody
late.
has something,
Quick.
keep in mind that the
Oh.
key issue is whether we tell them to go ahead and do the engineering on the plan as it is, or if we're asking for significant changes before that.
Real
I'm
detailed.
coming right now as a member of the public, also serving design review. We didn't have the latest plans when we saw this, so I'm sort of looking at this new drawing, and I'm really concerned about the snow removal. So like you said, I think they have to take it out, they can't be piling it on those trees, because the trees are part of what makes the site plan work and makes it,
It's not gonna be
blend
feasible
better.
to use that snow storage anyway, they're gonna have to use
right, but if they
that-
put salty snow on trees, the trees are gonna
They're gonna
die.
have to use spot 17 and they'll have to
Take it out.
probably clean it. Actually, what they'll probably end up doing is putting a truck over here. This 24-foot section in here, they'll have to clear that, load it in the truck, then put
Yeah.
the truck over here, clear this, and then put it in the truck and
That
then
was,
take it
that
out.
was one of the comments we made, it's like, it didn't seem like it was gonna work out. So, the other thing we asked them to do was make the columns thicker in the front and to actually add planters to them, because that is part of our form-based code, along with trees, is we want some of that green space to be showing with all these buildings. So one of my concerns is, we have another building that's fallen under the form-based code in Ashland, and the trees, 2 of the 3 trees of that building are dead, so I wanna make sure, whatever you guys do going forward, that the trees get maintained and have to stay alive or get replaced, and the same with the plantings. And planters, because if we're asking for this stuff to be done in the town, it needs to be maintained in perpetuity. That needs to be part of going forward with a deed, so we can ensure that we have the teeth to enforce it. Because now I go to people on this, and then they go, we don't know how to enforce it, we can't enforce it. So we need to make sure we take that into a consideration going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth Rosenblum, 21 Corderville. There are environmentally friendly substitutions for sand and salt, something called magic salt, and there's other options so that you could always condition it on that. I'm wondering if you've received any comments from the direct abutters, Santander and the church, if they've commented at all, if they've had an opportunity to look?
There have been people from the church here at previous meetings,
Okay.
and I believe there's been communication with them. I think Santander has been staying in Spain, as far as I can tell.
Okay. So have their concerns been addressed by the applicant? Do you know?
Yeah.
The churches?
I think,
Yes.
I think that
I
they've
don't
been
think the
working well with
cemetery
If I
the
remember
church.
access
correctly,
and
then
the-
nobody could get in touch with anybody from Santander, because it
Yeah.
was sold, or the
It's in
building
a
was
REIT.
sold, or,
The building's in a real estate investment trust,
Oh,
so it's,
okay.
Nothing
yeah,
happening for
I believe
10.
so.
Okay, and the final question is, there's a dumpster, right, proposed on the site?
Yes.
So is there gonna be private trash removal? And if so, what about recycling? How is that gonna be addressed? We're a big recycling community. So there'll be a facility out back next to the dumpster where people can recycle?
Inline, so they take all of it at once and then they sort it.
Yeah, that's what the town does, but where will that be located?
Rhode Island.
No, where will?
There's one dumpster on the plan, and I think her point is that you really
They're
need
recycling.
a trash dumpster and a recycling dumpster.
Yeah,
So the
So the tenants
the
can
dumpster
sort it
service
ahead that
of
we can
have will actually be inline, so they'll take the trash.
So they just take the whole thing and they put it on a conveyor belt.
Sort it down the
Yeah.
property.
okay, thank you.
The old fashioned way.
Steve Morgan, 136 Concord. Initially, I was going to compliment the engineer for realizing he needed 2 handicap spaces, as I commented at part of the meeting. It seems like they've backed off on that, and, you know, I think just so he's clear, the commercial use and the count of spaces requires a space. That's in the code, he correctly cites. A dedicated ADA apartment requires a space. They're cumulative. If he's gonna put that feature in there, he needs 2 spaces. Very simple, and so the idea that you can relabel it or whatever, that just doesn't fly, okay? So I appreciate that the space has been added. I also see the ballards were added, my comment on the snow on the wall. I mean, I just find it incredulous that someone put the ballards behind the trees, so you're gonna run into the trees instead of the ballards? I mean, really? Does that make any sense? I don't think that's workable, I don't think it was workable. You know, ballards stop plow blades, they do not stop snow. You know, there's gonna be snow in front of that blade, and frankly, the way it's laid out here, it's gonna hit the trees, not the ballards, so I think that's just a rookie thing that they just didn't do right. So I don't think the snow storage is there. I won't go on that any further. I think the board understands that this is completely unworkable from that point of view. On the dumpster, a new comment, is there gonna be a door for that dumpster? There's no door shown. There's no screening shown. Is that gonna be visible from the street? You know, I believe that typically, and I know you just required this of Conley Bus to put an enclosure around the dumpster.
I think they're just
Right.
showing where it's gonna be. This isn't like a
So-
final plan, right?
So in an area where you have a parking space immediately adjacent, and you're gonna have swinging doors, you know, and such, you know, further complicating the parking lot, I think it's very important that you show the swing and show how it interferes with people going by, because it's obviously, I don't know what size dumpster this will be, but a standard dumpster is not a small item, right? And to get it pulled out, you've gotta be able to back in and pull it out, and that's also, when they're doing that, interfering with the traffic flow. Comment about the 24 feet. That 24 feet is a statutory number in the highway code, and it relates to being able to come out of a straight-on space. That assumes you can back out and turn around. So you still have the problem where you can't back out and turn around. You have to back all the way out and turn around, which is not a workable plan, into the same busy zone here in the corner. So if you're in one of these later spaces, and you do need space 17, based on the count, 2 handicap plus 1 per unit, and, you know, so this still doesn't work. I mean, I appreciate that there are changes and it looks better to folks, but, you know, when you really get into it, it doesn't work. This thing with the cemetery, I still have seen no data posted about the cemetery access. You know, I see it's like a little roadway here, but really, I mean, how does that work? Where are you gonna park? You're gonna have an extra space for the parking, or are they gonna share the same space for the commercial that doesn't exist? So you basically have no parking for the commercial, no parking for the cemetery. You know, there's just nothing in the plan.
Is there parking for the cemetery now?
No, that's not allowed.
Well, they park over there when they cut the grass, so somebody's allowed to go over there. So maybe somebody can look it up and then we'll know. And I haven't seen that done.
Provide parking for the cemetery.
So again, you know, not to beat a dead horse, I would just also comment that the design review process with the setbacks, which I hear that the board is now interested on, that is part of the design review guidelines. So whether there's a zero allowed or not, the guidelines do not allow 0 everywhere, because the guidelines recommend harmony in the side of the street, which I think the board has now picked up on since the last meeting. I appreciate that. So the idea that you're gonna have a 0 setback just because it's in the code does not necessarily conform with design guidelines. Both need to be met. And in this case, I think the comments about the green space in front were right on the point, because that's what would be complicated by the design review. I attended the design review. I think the design review wants to see this plan again before it gets approved. That was the condition they put on it. So I would just caution you about approving things or agreeing to waive spaces at this stage of the process. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of value in that. You know, people ought to, you know, it's like the hearing we had earlier tonight about the house that was too big. You know, if people want to go through the whole process and keep things in their design that aren't really workable, that's their risk. You know, you can't kind of like give them partial relief as you go through. You know, at the end when you take a vote, you know, if it doesn't work, you're gonna have to deny it. So this idea that I can get your approval to do more work and that you'll somehow be accountable for that approval doesn't really fly. I mean, maybe it seems convenient, but, you know, I think you need to hold your authority to do your independent review of what's actually in front of you. That'd be my observation of it. And, you know, it's up to the applicant to decide if they want to invest time and resources in this plan. It doesn't really work. And I think each of you has expressed different reasons why it may not quite work. But I strongly disagree with the density, and I do appreciate the comment. You know, and as I live in a 2-unit building in zoning near downtown, which is more dense than a 1-unit building, you know, I don't think you need to jump from, as was observed, 3 units to 15 or 17 units. You can jump to 8. And 8 would still be a lot on this site, in my view, not 15 or 12. I think 8 units, you know, 2 stories perhaps, back from the front, might be as big as you could ever get in there and do a reasonable job of getting everything to work. And so I don't know if that's viable for these folks on a plan, but that's my take on it as an engineer and looking at what space is available. You want about 8 residential units with some commercial, you might be able to fit that in and make it look, you know, pretty good. But this is just crazy that we're still talking about a design of this scale that doesn't really fit, doesn't meet the design guidelines. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
And yes, I know we're getting up to being late. But I'm gonna make it short and sweet and ask, have you made your list what they need to do and to go on as we spoke, as everybody spoke here? You made your list of what the improvements should be?
The main issue tonight is, should they go ahead and fully engineer based on this plan with whatever discussions have been made? Or do we need significant changes to this before they go forward? That's really the issue tonight.
Okay. So, heard developer, the attorney, board. Is there gonna be a consensus of what you just said that's gonna be put all together that can be brought up for the next meeting's agenda?
But we're gonna hopefully reach a consensus tonight, and then they will know what to come back for the next meeting. Whether they're gonna try to engineer everything or come back with another draft.
So everything's gonna be talked out and asked and said and hopefully agreed to do, and then come back.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to just hear a little bit more. I think the comment about the dumpster was fair. I mentioned garbage in my ramble earlier. I have concerns about where it's located from a line of sight from Main Street. You wouldn't want to see it, first of all. I didn't think about the swing radius of gates. Just kind of what does that look like? Any thought to that yet? If not,
Well, that's just not a detail that we've
Yeah.
gotten to at this point, but, I'm assuming we can address that quite easily.
Actually, if you move the dumpster over to, say, parking
17.
space 12, or even 17,
That's gonna be too tight.
yeah, it makes it more difficult for picking it up, but,
that's what's appropriate for the lot.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Again,
be able,
right?
you wouldn't be able to get it.
You get, if you don't need so many parking spots, you can put
There's
dumpsters
no
over there.
way you
I
could
don't
get
think
it.
any of that snow storage is viable, to also begin with, but you know what I mean? If you had a lower parking requirement, you can move dumpsters in other places. Maybe if we don't wanna reduce the density of the building, if the, there's other options with parking as well, unless we think this parking lot, with all these exceptions we're making, works as is. We can also talk about, do we make the requirement for parking less than one? If you want density, I'm just putting it up for discussion.
I mean, if the applicant thinks that they can have
Yeah.
a unit that's marketable without a space, I don't know.
I don't think it's close enough to public transportation that someone's gonna feasibly walk.
I'd personally like to see a little more green space in the back, a little less congestion with the parking, a little less snow removal issue, but that was my own opinion.
I think the only
You bring the dumpster into play, now with the dumpster into play as well, I think that's in a most,
The only way you'd get that is another
Inopportune
reduction in units.
I'm not comfortable with saying Ashland is a place where people are we wanna live without a car. Much as I like that idea,
We need a spot for
I don't think we're there
every
yet.
unit, I think.
maybe in a few years I'll have a completely different answer on that, but.
So on the dumpster, I think we can do a double door. Is that what you're indicating, and just swing open?
Yeah, it'd be half the distance, and then you, cover anything.
And I think you guys have this, this document as well, Title I, has a number of the numbers on it. And if you, in terms of density, so, on the FAR, we're allowed 23,334 square feet.
Excuse me, Phil, we don't have
Oh, you
that.
don't have that one? All right, well then I will just, because I know I'm not supposed to hand anything else out that you didn't have Thursday, so I'll just read you. So we're allowed the 23,334 square feet, and right now, we're down to 18,250. So we're, what's that, almost 5,000 square feet below what's allowed. So the zoning, is designed for a very dense project.
I think the issue is more with not the square footage, but but the amount of parking that is required to make it a functional building.
Sure. You know, and from a marketing perspective, I mean, my client's not gonna invest a tremendous amount of money in something he thinks isn't going to work, so, I mean, we feel the parking works, you know, for at least from a marketing perspective. And, you know, we still think 17's, at least during the warm weather, I mean, we could put a sign or something that said, look, from these months, no parking for snow storage reasons. I mean, I think that's, cause I think someone mentioned that's probably gonna be staff parking anyway, right, for the commercial space, so.
Or overflow, visitor,
Right.
somebody will take it.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of places in say Cambridge, for instance, where they build small office buildings and they just have to remove the snow every storm.
Right.
That's the way to put it.
But I guess I would rather see that proposed, right, that every storm, snow will be removed. Like,
Yeah, and if this doesn't prove viable, again, the owner is gonna have to do it, right?
Yeah.
There's no way, if you live there, you're not gonna put up with it.
They're gonna have to do it
Right.
regardless. There's nowhere that I can see that's really feasible
we've had a lot of
over and
people-
above like a small amount of snow that you'd be able to not remove it.
We've run into have-tos a lot in here, and they've certainly backfired on the board or the town many times. But I'd rather see what we're doing laid out with a set plan and a set rule of, or guidelines that we're gonna follow. And I guess that's all
So do we wanna make a condition of tentative approval that snow removal will occur?
I mean, I don't think at this
Well,
point.
yeah, well, we're not at that point. That would be just something that would be,
They need to
if
keep
they
in
add it to
mind.
the plans, then it's not a condition, it's just part of the plans, you know? So, cause any condition is essentially something this planning board is adding to the plans that we approve. So if it's already in the plans, we don't have to condition.
I still have a problem, looking at this, if you're parked in spots 12 or 17 or 11, you're really gonna have trouble backing out and then driving out to the street. You kinda have to back out the wrong way and then find a place to turn around.
For 12 possibly, I think 17's okay.
17
We've
would
done
be okay. 12 would be an issue because of the angle of the lot
the
line.
property line, right?
Yeah.
And I don't really see,
Because
if I was in that spot, even if I had to do a back out, pull forward, touch back again and pull out, I would see that as a driver much more safe than backing all the way out towards the dumpster. That was one of the reasons we had angled parking shown in there at once, and that they would have to back out and say, this isn't gonna work. Get rid of it.
That 17 isn't
Yeah,
required,
12 in
really.
particular is
17
is
isn't
difficult.
required,
12's
really.
the one,
Can't you just
the
make it
one
a
where you don't have the
spot
turning
for
radius.
Swap
snow and
those two,
turnaround?
make 12 the
Instead
snow.
of Parking?
Yeah, I could,
So 12's just an extra space.
I could see our peer review saying 12 is not a viable parking space because you can't safely back out of it.
No.
Well, even without snow, it's
Or
very difficult to back out.
That's true.
I think our peer review will likely say there's a technical issue with that spot. That's just my gut feeling looking at it. But if the policy is, if the plan is no on-site snow storage, everything's being removed, then, you know, then it's possible that 12 is the spot that
Is the extra spot.
is the extra spot.
Right.
I don't know. The door's okay?
Doors are okay.
Motorcycle parking.
Smart car parking.
Charging stations in the back.
That's right. I think we could back into it. Mark Tassoni had a good point.
So I think really at this point, the board needs to make a decision. Are we asking them to reduce the number of units further? Are we asking them to But are we saying it's okay to go ahead with essentially this plan for the full engineering? Where are we?
I feel like I've voiced my opinion, but
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the rest of the board.
Yeah.
And they're saying less units than that is gonna be.
It's gonna be very difficult to take 2 more units out. And you
Fin-
can't really
fin-
just do
financially
one.
or-
Economically, just the design.
Parking space number 17 isn't necessarily required, right?
Correct.
Can that just be marked off as for backing out and no parking zone or part of snow removal area?
Right.
But then you wouldn't be using it, but I mean, if you needed to get out of that space.
I think 17 is required based on our most
Yeah.
recent discussion.
Yeah, I think they should keep it, you know.
All right.
Having at least one employee parking spot for the commercial, I think helps make that more
But
viable.
if they can't use this one because of that one, then it's back to the same thing, so kinda.
It's awkward, but it's not impossible. It is awkward. My inclination is to tell them to go forward.
Mine too, with considering all these things, if there's any improvements they can make or come up with squeeze any little extra space.
I think the
not
building itself is viable at this point. I think the parking is mostly viable. I think in doing the complete engineering, that they can figure out how to solve the remaining issues. That's my feeling.
As long as they have a plan to get the snow out.
Yeah.
And put that in the plan, so.
Like, snow removal is gonna have to be off-site.
That's gonna police itself, definitely. They're gonna have
Yeah.
some angry tenants if they don't handle that properly.
Yeah, the pushing the snow onto what little grass strips they have is
It's not
is
gonna
not
work in a
really.
big
You'll have the
storm.
cars parked there
Yeah.
anyway, and
In a big
Yeah.
storm, that's not gonna
Yeah.
work at all. So it'll be up to them to figure that out. Best way to remove it.
So just to be clear, there's no, I think you guys are clear, you don't wanna pursue pushing it back at all.
Pushing the
Pushing
building.
the frontage back, yeah.
I don't think unless you push it back 20 feet, it's gonna make that much
I'm not
difference, you
saying
know what I
20
mean?
feet, I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying, if you only go
There's
back
no
2
room-
or 3 feet,
yeah.
it's still gonna have the same effect of a
D-
3-story building
d-
right on the
d-
sidewalk.
And there's no room to push it back without losing units.
Exactly.
So, and you can't lose units off the back without losing two.
Okay, there's ways to engineer it to 14 certainly.
It's 3 stories.
Yeah.
These guys are smart.
That's well, the second floor and the third floor don't have to have the same internal layout. So they could have 2 bedrooms on the second floor and 1 bedrooms on the third floor or
But
something. you know.
I get the sense you guys you don't feel the same way as me from a frontage perspective, from a setback perspective. You think it works?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
And seeing the other buildings the other building that went up and some of it's not too bad.
Okay.
Okay.
I think at least the majority of the board is looking at saying, go ahead and engineer it. Is that?
I heard 2 are comfortable. Are you guys comfortable with the units as is? Any thoughts, feedback?
It would be easier if they.
I put you on the spot. This is the
Yeah,
time we're talking about it.
I've this week I thought a lot about this week. I've been wrestling with this since Monday, and I've talked to a bunch of people and I've heard both, and on both sides of this, and, it's hard. This is really tough for me. The one side says, 13 would solve all the ills. It would solve a problem. It's challenging to make it economic. This isn't a nonprofit activity, right? So, the other side of it is, this is a nice looking product, and I do think it will enhance our downtown in a meaningful way. So, yeah, it's been the back and forth.
How many bedrooms are on
As I
it?
said, the thing I'm probably the most hung up on is the proximity to the street, but I hear you guys' position on that, and respect that. So, anyway, that's where I am.
How many, what bedrooms?
13 2 and 2 1s, right? Yeah.
Somebody make a motion.
Well,
I don't think, it's something we don't need a formal vote on, we just,
tell them what we think,
where
we're at.
we're basically saying come back with full engineered plans, or we're saying we want something significantly different from this. And I think we're leaning towards go ahead and do the full engineering at this point.
I mean, it's hard for them if they only have 2 one-bedroom apartments. It's hard to cut them down and make more 2-bedroom apartments. You know what I mean? Like if you were saying, make less apartments, bigger, little 2-bedroom, or is that what you were saying? But there's only 2 one-bedroom apartments, so the rest are already all 2-bedroom apartments.
The
So you'd
original
have to
plan, was all 2 bedrooms. They didn't have 1 bedrooms in the original plan.
Yeah.
So
But so from here, it would be kinda hard to make, I mean, you could cut it down 1 and make it 2-bedroom maybe, or save some space.
The one beds are on opposing floors, so you couldn't put it together and make it a 2-bed. One's on the second, one's on the third.
I guess my stance on it, I would leave that's up to them to figure out,
Yeah.
right? How they do it, what they do,
Maybe build it a little
my
smaller.
opinion is that's on them to figure out, but I mean, if it's, it's where we are as a majority is to moving forward, so. The applicant feels like he has enough from us, I don't know. President, I'm gonna leave it on this chair to figure out the motion here, or not the motion, there's no motion needed, so.
I think you've heard where the board is.
Yep. So we'll do full engineering. We've got to do the stormwater as well. That's about a month, you figure, for that, with the holidays. So then we'll get on Concom, and I don't think you're having a meeting until January anyway,
Right, we have the 11th and the 25th.
So I think the 25th is probably the earliest, we'd have something meaningful for everyone.
So, what did we just put on the 25th? We put something to there.
2 back, I think.
Oh, and we need a extension on the time to consider.
Good job.
Can we get it to February 28th, just so that we're,
Yeah.
or actually, should we go to
Well,
March 31st?
Yeah, I need time to write it
we're just
up
gonna have
in
to,
case we have another.
Can we do the February one, and then if we need it, we'll do
Okay.
it, yeah,
All right.
okay. So what's the date on that?
let's just make it February 28th on the extension.
Want me to just type something up and send it in?
Handwritten is fine. Just-
Okay.
Is there a motion to accept the extension of the deadline to consider this project to
So
February
moved.
28th? Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay.
I can't find it.
We're not doing constructive approval on this.
On that one, Sheila.
So we just,
Moved and second.
All right.
we continue.
I know, I can't remember.
Earlier tonight, I forgot.
I need to go sleep and I need to hit.
Zero Tri Street is
Oh,
on the
yes.
25th
At
at 7:15.
let's put this for 7:45.
Okay.
Actually, this is not a public hearing, it's a public discussion, right? So we can shift that around
Mhm.
as need be,
Correct.
but,
Shooting for 7:45.
so is there a motion to continue, this, to January 25th, tentatively at 7:45 PM?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. All right, we do have a few other items. We're gonna see what we can skip because it's really, really late.
Make a motion to adjourn. Skip everything.
Well, I'd like to at least read
Second.
through the rest of the agenda, just so we're clear on things. There may be some things that are time sensitive, and I don't wanna have to have another meeting this month.
Yeah.
Extend to
Yeah, review period to, 228.
We have, 81 West Union, fixed Scrivener's error, changing the date of the site plan review decision from January 12th, 2016 to January 12th, 2017 by voting and signing corrective document.
Yep, and I have that there. Attorney's here for that.
So, let's,
Good evening. In the hour, very brief. Last January, the board issued approval for that project by inadvertence. The date on the front page of it said 2016, 2017. The buyer of the storage facility is requiring that you sign a certificate that clarifies or corrects that that date should be 217 rather than 216. And I think town council has reviewed it and said it's okay.
and staff has reviewed it and agrees.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was the scrivener.
Is there a motion to do so?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? That passes 5-0. All right, we'll
So
get that,
we
we'll
should
get
add
that
this-
sign.
Should I have done it?
Yeah,
Boston council can sometimes be a pain, you know?
Yeah, we just slipped that in earlier if we had been really paying attention, I'm sorry. Discussion of zoning issues of chapter 282,
They are here.
they are here.
Yeah. And I would say that's the last.
Let's
the
do
last
it.
matter. Yeah.
I apologize for the hour, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's all right.
He's used to it.
Of course.
For the record, my name is Eli Lano. I'm an attorney at Mayor Antonellis, Jackowitz, and Haranis in Framingham. I'd like to talk briefly about section 4.16 of the bylaws. You all have it in front of you, but it's that multiple principal uses on the same lot, irrespective of whether such uses are in the same building or multiple buildings, each must meet the dimensional requirements of residential, commercial, industrial, and other zoning districts as applicable without counting any area, frontage, or yard twice. So we've been approached by a few clients who are wary of this bylaw because I believe there's some internal inconsistencies with this bylaw and the rest of the bylaws generally. First, I think it should be noted that there is a definition of shopping center in section 10 definitions that's a ground level commercial development of 4 or more retail sales and service establishments on 1 acre or more of land in a single parcel of common ownership, providing multiple tenancy of a single or several large common structures and being of a single development or of several phases of a single comprehensive development. And so while that's a defined term in the bylaws, it's not listed as a principal use. So now if you have 4 units, you might have, and it's late, pick any 4 uses you have that would fit under the bylaws, you still now would have to have 150 feet of frontage for each use. And if you, it appears that this bylaw hasn't been actively utilized much since it passed in 2010. Several clients didn't realize it was in there. I hadn't realized it was in there until it was brought to my attention. And in that packet I gave you, you see that there's a bunch of uses around town. I just picked 2, one right down the street, one down Elliott Street, that would show that their current inconsistent uses just because there is a lack of frontage. And if you were to hold developments to this bylaw, the only thing you can really end up doing successfully is adding big box stores so that you will have something that can have automotive and home goods and maybe a pharmacy all under one roof as one store, one use on its acre or larger parcel, as opposed to what I think Ashland has by and large might be that you have a pharmacy next to a local clothing store next to something else, which if they're in separate buildings in the same development won't work. So to be very brief with all this, not to belabor the point, I think respectfully that this bylaw should be probably removed from these or at least clarified. And it would be helpful if shopping center was added as a principal use. And board still, of course, has the options of figuring out what goes in there, how the setbacks work, how the frontage does work. But right now, it's just inconsistent with the way that in practice these actually do work. And I have no expectation that anything happens tonight, but I did want to raise the issue because it does matter to some of my clients.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And this ties in very nicely with item 10, possible discussion.
I have some questions if you're.
Sure,
Yeah, I'll
okay,
walk away. You can tie it into item 10 if you want, but.
Right, okay, no, go ahead, I'm sorry, thank you.
In 4.1.6.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the word each that makes that bylaw unreasonable?
That is what I have underlined here on my writing of
No,
this
it
as
doesn't
well.
read correctly to me, I wonder.
Because it just seems unreasonable that if you have a parcel of land that you've decided you're gonna have a few commercial uses on it, you can limit the amount of parking spaces and impervious land. You don't wanna add more blacktop than is necessary by having these 4 things all spread out separately. So by having each, and if you do require each of them to have, to fit with.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like the word each would be more suited in the, before the word residential, right? Like must meet the dimensional requirements of each residential, commercial, and industrial and other zoning districts as applicable. So it needs to meet the zoning requirements of each one of those zones.
Right, but not all
But not
of them,
e- but not each.
for each
I
portion.
feel like the word each is just
And
placed
that
in the
is
wrong spot on the sentence potentially.
why I included those other bylaw provisions down below, one about mixed use and one about signs, just that it shows that the town does use proportionality where applicable, where it makes sense, that your sign in one of these places can be relative to how big your frontage is in this development.
This feels broken to me. It feels inconsistent with most of the places where there's more than one business in the same lot. I think pretty much any place in town where that's the case, we're gonna see it doesn't actually meet this.
And I think the town, as evidence from everything you've done tonight, is trying to add density in smart ways. This doesn't work with doing that.
I don't think we're gonna figure out what the right way to rewrite this is tonight.
Of course not, understood.
Which is where it ties into item 10. Okay, so, item 10 on our agenda, possible
Good. I
discussion.
thank you all for your consideration.
Thanks, Eli.
Of setting work meeting to discuss zoning and planning board work program goals. There are a bunch of different zoning things that have been brought up either by developers, by residents, by staff, by board members. I've got my small homes thing that we mentioned earlier. There's fixing non-conforming. There's a bunch of other things that I can't remember because it's late. There was talk of we could set up a subcommittee to handle this. In the past, we've set up a zoning committee that had members of the planning board and concerned residents jointly working through this. Pretty much no matter what we do, it requires that, meetings just like this be posted and subject to open meeting law. There's no real way of working around that, and not that we want to. So whatever we do, it has to be an open process. The talk has been, what we probably want to do is have a planning board meeting at some point that's a working meeting where we just sit down around a table and try and work through some of these issues So that's the direction that Sheila and I have talked about. Are we comfortable with trying to schedule something like for that going forward?
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, recreational marijuana was one of the other items on there.
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
like to get,
I think there's quite a bit of stuff that we've turfed over in the
Yeah.
last, say, 10 meetings that have all led us down the path of, we need to have these sessions, so I'm with you.
got a lot of stuff.
The only question is in terms of, whether it's just us discussing or if there are public meetings. Obviously, public can attend and observe these sessions, right?
Yeah,
That's part of it, is it has to be available to the public's ear and eye, but are they open for public input during the sessions?
we would have to discuss that. One thought was let people make a list of the different topics and let people submit written comments, at least for the
Yeah.
first session, and then decide
a little bit and then start having.
going forward to,
Yeah, I like that kind of concept.
because there's the open it up and let anybody who wants to sit at the table with us, or there's the,
Get messy.
we can kind of do anywhere in between.
Yeah, we need to get through stuff.
And I think at least for the first round, it'll be just the board and staff, but anybody would be welcome to submit written comments ahead of time,
Got it.
with having listed which zoning things we're looking at.
Okay.
And that would also apply to, lawyers or developers who wanna have things considered as well. Okay, Esther Lane security release request, that's been postponed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Report from town planner and board members.
I'm good.
Okay.
Are we
Um,
picking a date to do this working meeting tonight, or we're?
We will
don't?
schedule that when we're awake.
Okay, all right.
So yeah,
We
the
can schedule
downtown
that.
design process is ongoing. Alta did their presentation to the Board of Selectmen on the routing of the Upper Charles Trail. So there's just stuff that's happened, and that's now being taken into account by the consultant who's looking at the downtown project. So that'll tie in with that. Administrative matters on scheduling, I think we've talked about January, and we'll try and work out sometime to have a working meeting. Review and approve minutes, I would prefer to
Yeah, I
postpone those, because,
I'll send out a schedule,
Sorry, Carl.
because I want you guys to look at the winter schedule to make sure it's good as far as any travel,
yeah.
because I want to get that posted.
Okay. It is now
I move.
11:19.
Did you wanna say something before?
If I could,
Thank
just
you.
quickly, on the working meeting and stuff, is there a way, I mean, I'd like to ask you to consider a way to have a process for public to put topics, and I know you're not gonna get them all, but what I'm concerned is that maybe that's a good starting point. What's the big bucket of things, instead of the stuff came up, but I think I might have other things that maybe I've never heard you talk about. So can that be part of the process?
We will think about that. That's a very good suggestion. We'll keep that in mind.
Awesome.
And, yeah.
Thanks.
You may have to
And you
may
can
have to do
you
it
can
in
always, send an email to the planning department saying, please
Yeah.
look at such and such a zoning, and we'll
Yeah,
try
I'll
to add it
collect
to the
them.
list.
Cool, thank you.
All right.
I move that we close the meeting at 11:25.
I don't think anyone's gonna second that.
So moved. Seconded.
Oh, I was wrong. All in favor?
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you and good night.
Discuss it.